Hello, can you hear us? Okay, thank you. Perfect.
Can you talk?
Hello.
Jim, hi, can you talk to us? Hello, can you hear us?
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Jim. Good morning to everyone. Hola, Gala.
Should we start in about 5 minutes? Jim?
Yeah, no, sure. I'm ready when you are.
Thank you. We are here in Piraeus waiting for for Mr. Salpeas, Managing Director of Piraeus Plus, who will welcome you to this meeting. So please give us a couple of minutes and we should be there. Jim, if you want to start by welcoming everyone, I think we can, I don't know, Theone. So if Jim should start the... Αύγουστος. Εσύ το κάνεις αυτό.
So I think on the agenda for this morning, this is how this morning's activities are going to pan out. We have a session at 10:20 after we've had the introduction from Mr. Salpeas and from Celine from the BluAct Secretariat. We have a little bit of an icebreaker where we get an opportunity to introduce ourselves. Each of us has an opportunity to talk a little bit about ourselves. So I shall leave that until we've done the introductions. So I guess Angelos, really the first thing really to kick off the meeting is really the introduction from Mr. Salpeas. So I shall leave it in your capable hands whenever you're ready.
Hello, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me. Good morning to everyone. Is it okay? Am I being heard? Okay, excellent. So I would like to welcome you all in behalf of the Municipality of Piraeus and the BluAct project. It is a great privilege for me also to be able to speak to you directly from our beautiful here building in Piraeus in Kantharou Street. As you know, we have been a part of this project for some time now, and sharing with you as I had the chance to attend the last, let's say, real meeting that we did. When was it, Theoni? September 2020, September 2020, where we had the chance to meet up close and discuss, which is truly much more productive than these sessions, although this is only the only option we have right now to be able to talk to each other and exchange our opinions and discuss our progress, each one of the members. How are we doing? What have we chosen all these months to do? Excellent. Now I see every one of you on my screen. I see some more familiar faces. So again, thank you for the introductions. This is us from our behalf. I would like to hear from all of you now.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Salpeas. Thank you for welcoming us to the first transnational meeting for the second wave partnership. That's a very generous and welcome introduction, so thank you very much. Before we go around the room and I ask everybody to engage in a little bit of a warm-up exercise and an introduction, I'd like to introduce Celine Etoin, if that's okay. Celine's going to do a little bit of an introduction to BluAct and give a little bit of a context for the formation of this network. If I can, Celine, would you like to share your own screen, or would you like me to do that for you?
No, I can do it if I'm allowed to do it.
I believe you are. Yep.
Good morning. So yeah, I will just do some quick and welcome words from BluAct. So yeah, I was also just to say that I was already following on BluAct for the first wave, and I was also in the final event, and I'm here today for the kickoff meeting of the second wave. So that's nice to to see this. So for those who don't know me, so I'm Céline Etouin, BluAct project and finance officer, and now I will share my screen. Yeah, and just to see, to say that of course I'm not alone in the BluAct Secretariat. So we have a whole team in Paris because we are based in Paris as we are managed by France. So as I said, it's really to welcome you warmly. So all the new partners, so Gdansk, Liepāja, Boulogne-sur-Mer, and Koper. So yeah, welcome to the program. And just to remind you, to say again that BluAct is really about results, people, and method, and people is also an important part. And this to improve urban policies and action in cities. And BluAct aims to build capacities in cities for policymakers, practitioners, and elected officials. And BluAct does this with an integrated and participatory way, using a particular method of working based around co-creation. So for those who don't know and who didn't have the opportunity to watch it already, we have produced a video about the method, the BluAct method. So we will share the presentation. There is a link to the video if you want. Just to say that it can be, I mean, it's in English, but also it can be, there is option to select national subtitles. So you can also have this opportunity. And in this way, you can also, it's a possibility to reuse locally. I mean, you can share also with your stakeholders in your cities. So a quick here, were to say that also BluAct is connecting you to the wider BluAct community and beyond through different channels, like for instance, the National BluAct Points, the website, the BluAct website, events and communication, like for instance, the City Festival, and also what we call now the Knowledge Hub, so building on the results coming out from the networks. So I will be quick here because it's like a busy slide, but just maybe to remind a bit the journey for this second round. So also building on the first round, I mean, it's the same, let's say, method, and we have different phases. So first is to understand the good practice, then adapt and reuse, and the finale at the end. So just maybe on this slide, just to comment or highlight two things that you have in particular to do. I mean, at the beginning is about setting the BluAct local groups. So in each city, you have to set up an BluAct local group or a stakeholder group, and produce a transfer roadmap. And yeah, you will know more about the transfer roadmap. We have developed a guidance, and in this meeting, you should also have some activities to understand the good practice and to be able to do your transfer map and reflect the ambition at partner level. Just also to highlight some tools and some support that we have from the BluAct side. So we have also developed a toolbox online So here you have the link, and it's about the action planning stages. So different stages, and also 2 transversal entries, so engaging stakeholders and sharing knowledge. You also have own mural space. So also normally you have the link, but I put it also again in the on the slide. So yeah, normally you have already, I don't know if all of you were already at the kickoff meeting of the program, but you should know a bit already about this Maro space. But just to remind that it's your network virtual working space, and yeah, it is there for you. You can test the tool and exercises provided by us, or create your own tools. Useful reading. So here I put just a few links, let's say, highlighting some important readings, let's say, at least at the beginning. So of course, and you know already, but BluAct first, because it's about the BluAct, the good practice first, and then also the experience that the first wave, the partners in the first wave have and experienced, and have coming with some results. They have come with some results that are available in the BluAct website, so the specific network webpage. And there is a new one now for BluAct 2, and also specific websites that have been developed, so bluact.eu. And then some BluAct guidance. So here I put in general, but you have especially 2 guides for now. Let's say the ULG guide, so the BluAct local group guide, or how to set a multi-stakeholder group, and the transfer roadmaps guidance. And BluAct support, as a program, so we are providing, let's say, more methodological guidance, and also like in our Basecamp space, also guidance about more, let's say, technical or practical, about communication or network management, or Synergy, the monitoring tool that we are using in BluAct. And also, like for instance, the first kickoff meeting, we are organizing also some other webinars and so on. So along the way, you will be invited to other webinars. So the Basecamp space. So there is a specific Basecamp space for transfer network second wave. And it is our main channel for information, for important information. We are putting all the main messages and information and guidance or material in there. And you have also a specific folder when you can share between you, and you can share with other networks what you deem relevant for them. And here, yes, it just to say, so I'm project officer for this specific network, also for some others, but you are a few ones. I mean, less than the first wave. So I think you it's good so that you have also the opportunity to be more connected, maybe. So here I put so my name, email address, but just to mention that, so we are there, we are at hand and at disposal for any help or advice or whatever you would need. But just to mention that also, normally the lead partner should remain the main contact point between you and me. But I'm there if if needed. So that was it for me. So I wish you so I won't be able to stay all for the 2 days, only this morning, but I wish you a good meeting. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Celine. I wondered whether before I get you all to do a bit of work this morning, whether anybody had any questions for Celine on her presentation, or on the BluAct program more generally, anything at all? No, I can't see any hands going up. So I think, Celine, you are scot-free from questions. This is you have managed to escape any grilling. So this is good. Thank you very much, Celine. That's great. Super. So I'm just going to share my screen. Right, so I'm going to take a bit of a risk now. This is perhaps a little bit of a challenging exercise for everyone, particularly for the team in Piraeus, who are all sat around a big table together. I think you may find this a little bit of a challenging exercise to engage in. What I would like to try and do is obviously ask everybody to give a little bit of an introduction to themselves, so at least we know who is around for the next couple of days. We're going to be working together, obviously, over the next year or more on this project. So I think it's nice if everybody could get an opportunity to introduce themselves and talk a little bit about themselves. But I'm going to ask you to do something maybe a little bit unusual and get you to move around a little bit and stand up and walk around, because obviously we don't want to be sat down for the whole of the next 2 days. So one of the things that I would like you to do, if at all possible, is I would like you in a minute when I say go, to possibly turn your camera off if you can. I would like you to take 2 or 3 minutes to look around your environment, to look around where you are currently located, where you're sat, and to collect an object, some kind of object from the area in which you are seated that says something about you. It may be something that you feel very passionate about. It could be an interest or a hobby of yours. It could be something that I would call maybe an object of desire, something that you particularly love. And I would like you, or it could be something that simply is a statement of the environment that you're sitting in. It could be my mug, for example. I could tell you a story about my mug. And then when you've found this object, I would like you to turn your camera back on, please. And then what I will do is when everyone is back in their seat, I will go around the room. I will ask you to introduce yourselves, the name, your name, the country you represent and the organization you represent. I'd like you to hold up the object and tell us a little bit, a very short story about the object, nothing too long, maybe just tell us what the object is and why it's important to you. And in this way, I hope what we will do is not only will we learn about who people are, but we'll learn something a little bit about the what excites you or what interests you or the environment in which you operate. I hope that's okay. As I say, it's a little bit of a risk, but it gives everybody an opportunity to get up and walk around. So can I ask you to turn your cameras off and effectively off you go. When you have your object, you can turn your cameras back on again. Thank you, Fanny. I'm intrigued about what you found and what you tell us about what your object is. Thank
You want me to tell you now? Not yet.
Not yet. No. Thank you, Carolina. I'll wait till everybody's camera is back on. Thank you, Anna. Good. Gail, you're back. Evangelos, good. Wojtka, good. Just waiting for Isabel, Evangelos, and Dimitris to find their objects. Thank you, Isabel. That's good. I think maybe we'll get going because I don't know if Evangelos and Dimitris are going to turn their cameras back on. So, Fanny, I'm afraid you are first on my screen. So can I get you to take the first step and introduce who you are, the organization, country you represent, and tell us a little bit about the object that you found.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Fanny Sakilariadou. I am a professor in geochemical oceanography at the University of Piraeus, the Department of Maritime Studies. I am the director of the group and also of the laboratory, and also I am the director of an MSc course, which has the title Sustainability and Quality in Marine Industry, with two specializations. The one of those is about blue growth. So we try to satisfy the need for blue specialists. So my object is a laptop. I'm always in front of 2 to 3 screens. So unfortunately, it's nothing important, but I spend the whole day like that. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you, Fanny. Thank you for being brave and taking the first step. So that's very useful. Your introduction is welcome. So welcome to you, and we'll be hearing more from you later this morning. So thank you. Florence, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you're next on my screen.
So hello everybody. I am Florence from Boulogne-sur-Mer. I'm a project manager in development agency in Boulogne-sur-Mer, and I want to show you today this thing. It's Barba Papa, because when I was young, yes, when I was young, it's a cartoon that I'm looking during a long time, and when I have to think about something, I take Barba Papa on my hand, and it's for me something that I very nice to put my attention, and it's on my desk since 10 years about. So voila, here is Barba Papa. Jim, you shut your. I can't hear you.
I said, yeah, thank you for giving me a very fond memory of my childhood. I remember Barba Papa, so thank you. Brilliant. Thank you, Florence. Team Piraeus, you're next on my screen. It's going to be very difficult maybe for you to grab an object, but maybe you could go around the room and introduce yourselves individually.
Hello from Team Piraeus. We are many people in this room, so we don't have a great freedom of movement here due to the COVID measures. So we decided to find one object. It's this object here. This is the European Enterprise Promotion Award for Piraeus Blue Entertainment. I think that it is an object that expresses all of us here in Piraeus team, because in each role we are working with the blue economy and the blue entrepreneurship. So may I introduce also the Piraeus team. I am Agustinos Parianos. I am Angelos' partner. We are the communication experts in the team. Also, Vicky is a new member in our team. You already meet Ilias Alpeas, Theoni Panteli, from the project manager from the municipality of Piraeus. And now we have together, you can wave if you want. And we have our new member, Dimitris Koukidis, who will assist in the project management of the program. If you want to say hi to the partners.
It's an honor to participate in this team and in this group, and it would be my pleasure to work with you for the successful achievements of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Back to you.
Thank you. Welcome aboard to the new team. So great to meet you and great to have you on board. That's wonderful. Thank you for your object as well, which is very impressive. We should maybe all see if we can find an award we can bring out. So that's great. Carolina, I'm sorry you're next on my screen. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about who you are, your organization you represent, and your object.
Of course, I don't know whether you can see it because I can't see myself at this moment. Can you hear me? Yes. So hi, my name is Karolina Rzepecka, and I represent Business Incubator Starter from Gdańsk. And we are new to the program, new to BluAct program, but also BluAct team and project. We're very happy to join you. We're very happy to learn from the good practice and also to implement it here. We've got obviously some experience in the maritime industry as an organization, but if it goes to me, I'm very new to the field. I've only joined this area with BluAct just a couple of weeks ago, and I don't know whether you can see the object I'm carrying. It's a notebook. It's a pink notebook. I actually realized I keep it for a couple of years now because it kind of represents my values, as it's a notebook from action learning program I was participating and later running with my team, and it says about my values on working as a team and in a way of sharing experience and learning from each other, as I also perceive international project as BluAct. So yes, I'm really looking forward to our cooperation. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Carolina. Thank you very much. That's great. And I like the pink notebook. It's good. Pink is good. Evangelos, you're next on my screen. Could you give an introduction to yourself, your organization, and the object that you picked?
Yes, hello everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So this is Evangelos Insaris. I'm an oceanographer and with a specialization in environmental engineering. And I'm a project manager in the Innoveco Consulting. So it's a small firm of consultants in Greece, and we are doing consulting for research, environment, and development projects. So our role is it is expected to support the city of Piraeus for the coordination of the local BluAct team. So it was very nice to meet you, all of you. And my object is a pen because I like to keep hand notes when I'm in meetings. So I have always with me a pen.
Brilliant. Thank you. It's great minds think alike, obviously. Both thinking about notebooks. So this is good. This is good. Brilliant. Thank you, Evangelos. Thank you for the introduction. That's great. Gail, you're next on my screen. If I could ask you to give an introduction to who you are, the organization, and your object.
Okay, nice to meet you. My name is Gaëlle. I work in Nausicaa, the French National Sea Center, and I'm part of Florence and Isabelle team in Boulogne-sur-Mer. The Blue Living Lab is the incubator for the ocean and the blue innovation in Boulogne-sur-Mer. And my object is here.
Wow.
So it's a nice coral, and it says a lot about me and why I'm doing what I do here in Nausicaa. My first early career was in the Caribbean, and I lived in Haiti for a long time, and I'm married with an Haitian man. And that's the place where I discovered the ocean, and I met the ocean for real, I would say. And that's why I'm working now in the ocean sector. And all the thing I do in here in Boulogne has an impact on the place where I used to live and the place I love. So that's the link between my two life paths, I would say. So we have a lot of coral here, and it's important for me to know that there are a lot of corals all around the world that we can protect and act for from anywhere, everywhere we are. That's for me.
Brilliant, thank you, Gail. That's fascinating. I learned something new about you, which is really important. So thank you very much.
Okay,
that's great. Anna, you're next.
Hi, I represent Business Incubator Starter with Carolina. We are working in Gdańsk, Poland. It's the north part of Poland. I have like Wonder Woman who represents my passion for women's history and supporting women as leaders. I'm a project manager of a project called Women Build Ships Too, which we have conducted in Starter for like 3 years now, with supporting women working in maritime industry and those who would like to join it, so students of marine and maritime studies. I also work now on the project which supports building diverse and diversity in workplaces. So this is my area of expertise, and I'm also a great fan of women's history of Gdańsk and Gdańsk shipyard. So I know a lot about shipyards in Poland in the past. Yeah, so that's me.
Brilliant, fascinating again, Anna, and really interesting to learn something about you that I didn't know, and probably very relevant to lots of other work that happens within BluAct around gender equal cities and things like this. So there's perhaps some introductions that we should make to you and to some other projects and some other networks in BluAct with your passion and your interest. So that's very interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Larissa, you're next on my list, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you. My name is Larissa Kunst. I'm from Regional Development Center of Koper. Our center has a role of regional development agency of the coastal karst area or region in Slovenia. And I'm in charge for several regional projects which are being implemented together with our 8 municipalities. And I'm also working a lot on the field of sustainable mobility. Therefore, here is my subject. If you can see it, this is a road book about the Upper Adriatic cycling route, which has been identified during a cross-border project between Italy and Slovenia. And this is a cycling route that connects Kranjska Gora, it's a Slovene city in the mountains, with Ravenna near the Italian coast. Our center is dealing with projects on several fields, spatial planning, maritime planning, and also entrepreneurship, sustainable tourism, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Larissa. That's fascinating. And maybe when we, let's hope that in this network that we actually get to visit some of the cities rather than everything being conducted virtually. And maybe we could hire some bikes and check out the cycle route that you describe when we visit you. So that would be great. Thank you very much. I was going to go to Mochka next, but I see Mochka's disappeared for a moment. So maybe she's collecting her object, or maybe she's had a parcel delivery at the door.
She's coming. She's coming.
Ah, there we go.
She's here. She's my colleague.
That's great.
Just a minute, please.
Yeah, no problem. Mochka, I'm afraid you're next on my list. I'm sorry you disappeared for a minute, but if you could give an introduction to who you are, the organization and country you represent, and the object, that would be great. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Moița Fabro, and I also work at the Regional Development Center like Larissa. I'm landscape architect, and I'm working also on another project, Pronacul, which is about promoting natural and cultural heritage for sustainable tourism in protected areas. And I have an apple because food is always with me, and I prefer vegetables and fruits, and I'm really happy that I live here, where I can find at my grandma's garden something always, all year. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. The first edible object we've had, so that's good. Always good to have a bit of food on the journey to keep us sustained. Wonderful. Celine, I know you've done an introduction to yourself already, but happy again for you to just say hello, but more interested in what the object is that you picked. So please, Celine, if you wouldn't mind just giving an introduction.
Yeah, so again, so I'm Céline Étoin from BluAct, so living in Paris. And yeah, my object is this. So it's like a hiking shoe. So because yeah, in my spare time and yeah, in holidays, I love hiking and do a lot of this. And for instance, this summer I was in Pyrenees, and also this shoe is also like, I mean, going in the nature and so on, but also for holidays, but also, I mean, a shoe you can also walk also. I mean, when we have, for instance, meeting also the partners in international meetings, doing city visits and so on, and study visits. So, yeah.
Brilliant, thank you, Celine. So hopefully we'll get you an opportunity to wear those shoes in this network when we have some visits to other cities, and we have some walking tours, hopefully, and similar. So hopefully we'll recognize those shoes again later in the project. So that's great. Thank you. Isabel, I'm afraid you're next on my list. If you wouldn't mind giving an introduction to you, your city and your object. Thank you very much.
Hello, can you hear me well? Yeah. So I'm Isabelle. I work for Boulogne-sur-Mer, and so I work for Boulogne Urban Planning and Economic Development Agency, and I'm in charge of developing European projects. This is my object. I have pictures of the Côte d'Opale. Boulogne it's in my office, and I'm really a Côte d'Opale lover, and I share a common point with Céline. I also have my hiking shoes, and I love walking around our coast. So I really hope that you will be able to come to the Boulogne meeting live, so that we can show you around the place and also show you around the coast if some people like walking. That would be great.
Brilliant. Thank you, Isabel. That's great. We'll talk, I think, more about the next transnational meeting, which is in Boulogne-sur-Mer tomorrow, and we'll talk a little bit about the arrangements for that. So that's great. So we look forward to that. Thank you very much. I don't think Dimitris has turned his camera on, so I assume that maybe he isn't there or doesn't have an object. But Dimitris, if you'd like to introduce yourself, feel free. If not, that's fine. Then there's only me to remain. So my name is Jim Sims. I'm the lead expert on the BluAct project. I worked on the first wave of the project and will continue to work on the second wave of the project. My role really is to try and support you and help you in managing the transfer and overseeing the transfer of the good practice. The object that I have picked is a vinyl album because I love music and music is my passion. This is I think you can't quite see it, but it's a nice little jazz album, which is one of my sort of favorite types of music. So music goes with me wherever I go. It's very nice whenever I travel. It's nice to be listening to music, and hopefully, as I say, maybe if we come and visit various cities, you can tell me where all the secondhand vinyl shops are, and I can enjoy having a hunt around those. So thank you very much, everybody, for the brilliant introductions that you've all given. A round of applause to yourself. Well done. I think, as I say, it's nice to learn something new about people and what excites them and what interest them. So that's been very useful. The next session that we have on the first morning of this first transnational meeting is to introduce you to Fanny from the University of Piraeus. And Fanny's going to prepare a presentation and talk to you a little bit about some of the research that she's undertaken in terms of the blue growth economy and its importance to the European Union. Fanny, can I hand over to you?
Okay, thank you very much, Jim. So I'm going to give a very short presentation about the status of the blue growth and the blue economy in the European Union. So I will share my presentation. Can you see it? Can you see the presentation?
No.
No, not yet.
No.
We can see very good, Fanny.
Sorry?
No.
Can you see it? You can see it?
Yes, it's okay now.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I will start with the statement, which is probably well known to everybody, that we call our planet Earth, while it's quite obvious that it's clearly not the 71% of the surface of our planet is covered by the global ocean. Okay. Here we can see all the sectors of the blue economy. So we include all activities that they are either marine-based or marine-related. So, sorry. Okay, so we can see that we have either some sectors, some activities that are quite known from the previous years, for example, fisheries or shipbuilding or transportation, but also we should include some innovative sectors, for example, offshore platforms, or aquaculture or biotechnology, and those new activities, new emerging, I would say, sectors will bring new opportunities for investment, and they hold quite a huge potential for future development in all kinds of coastal communities. According to the estimation, 1.5 trillion is the annual value of the worldwide ocean economy, and this value is expected to double by 2030. So this is the reason why we deal about blue economy. Here we can see, according to the EU Blue Economy Report of 2020, all kinds of established industries and the emerging ones. We have the established blue economy sectors, and each of these sectors is divided into some subsectors. For example, let's start with marine living resources, which is subdivided to primary production, processing of fish products, and distribution of fish products. We move to marine non-living resources, for example, oil and gas and other minerals. We try to find, for example, heavy metals or rare earth elements from the deep ocean bed. Marine renewable energy, including offshore wind energy, but also the energy from waves or AC currents. Port activities, which is subdivided into cargo and warehousing, and the second subsector is port and water projects. Shipbuilding and repair, with two subsectors, shipbuilding equipment and machinery. The well-known maritime transport, which is divided into passenger, freight, and services for transport. And finally, the coastal tourism, accommodation, transport, and other expenditure. Here we can see the main indicators for the EU Blue Economy established sectors. So we can see that we have about 4.5 million people which are employed in those sectors. And we have also the generation of 650 billion euros. And 176 billion is the gross value added. So these are quite important numbers. Okay, so here we can see the blue economy emerging and innovative sectors, and it includes marine renewable energy, blue bioeconomy and biotechnology, which is a quite promising sector. Marine minerals, desalination, very important as well, particularly in those countries of Europe where we have a lack of fresh water. Maritime defense, security and surveillance, research and education, and finally, what about submarine cables and robotics, and very innovative new sector, quite promising as well. The blue bioeconomy sector generates more than 350 million euros. So it's quite important, and we have a lot of pharmaceuticals as well and cosmetics from the marine environment. Okay, we move to the new communication of the European Commission, very new one, a few months ago. And this is a very new approach in order to move to the green recovery for the blue economy. So we can repeat the comment that in order to move to the green economy, you have to use the blue of the sea. So this is a new detailed agenda for the transition to the blue growth, from the blue growth to the sustainable blue economy. So that means that we have to move and to choose some clean activities, sustainable activities, and climate-proof activities. Okay, the employment across established sectors for the decade from 2009 to 2018, we can see, for example, that the sectors of non-living resources, the red one, and the ocean energy, the brown color here, have a very small share. That's why they are the innovative and new sectors. Okay, here we can see the gross value added evolution across the established sectors for the same period. The sector's contribution to GDA and the profits are substantially lower than to employment, if you remember the previous slide with those histograms. Okay, just to show it once more. Here we can see the economic performance and the main indicators across the established sectors. You can see, you can see over there the sectors, living resources, non-living resources, the green, ocean energy over there. You have port activities in the red color, civil building and repair, maritime transport, and coastal tourism. It's obvious that the highest net investment corresponds to non-living resources, okay, as expected. The highest gross investment refers to maritime transport, and the higher number of employees are engaged in coastal tourism. Okay, here we can see the gross value added evolution across the established sectors for the same decade again. So you can see how it is the whole figure, and more or less we can have the same comments, the same conclusions. The blue economy exceeds 5% in mainly in the insular member states, and as you can see, for example, here we have Greece, Malta, Cyprus, here it's I think Croatia, and you can see that in those countries where they are either insular member states or countries with archipelagos, the blue economy exceeds 5% of the national gross value added, and also it has an employment share of about 7%. Other member states with large blue economy sectors, for example, include Spain. Here we have Latvia, we have Denmark, we have Bulgaria, and also we have Ireland. The blue economy contribution is very limited, about less than 0.4% in landlocked member states. For example, here Luxembourg, and Austria, and Hungary, and Slovakia. Now, other member states with a relatively modest blue economy, when I say modest, I refer to a range from 0.5 to 1% of the national economy, include Belgium, okay, Slovenia. Now, it's quite obvious if we have a look, for example, to Germany and to France, which are two of the four largest economies of the European Union. And we can see that they are below the average of the EU. On the other hand, Italy here is slightly above the average, and only Spain is well above. Okay. Now, the economic performance and the main indicators across the member states. It's obvious that the relative importance is quite different for each economic indicator. And actually, this importance depends largely on the sectoral specialization. For instance, you have a look to United Kingdom. It has a larger contribution in terms of gross investment, okay, than in terms of employment, given the significance of the oil and gas industry. Now, Belgium, you can see, contributes, Belgium over there, it's here, contributes with 5% to the EU total, while it employs a very small amount of people in the blue economy. Actually, this share is below 1%, 0.7%. On the other hand, you have a look to Spain, to Italy, and also to Greece, this light green color. We can see here that they are more specialized in more labor-intensive sectors, for example, coastal tourism or living resources. So their contribution is larger in terms of employment, all those three here, than in terms of gross value added or gross investment. Here you have a histogram with the employment and the gross value added for all kind of, I think I showed it to you before. Let me go. Okay, here we have another histogram with employment and gross value added for established and emerging activities. So we have again the same conclusion that the higher number of employees are engaged in marine tourism, as it was obvious over there, and also have a quite significant contribution to ferries, so that means shipping, to tourism, and to fisheries. Okay, now this is a new funding, the Horizon Europe. It's a new framework program. So it has a quite important budget of 95.5 billion euros for 7 years. And it's very important because it offers a new policy instrument beyond the traditional R&I, research and innovation topics. So it's going to foster the green and digital transition. So it's quite important for the years to come if we want to achieve the goal till 2030. So it supports the transition of maritime industries to climate neutrality. The target is that Europe will become the first continent carbon neutral till 2050. We can see the number of projects funded under Horizon 2020. So the most important is blue bioeconomy and biotechnology with the higher number of projects, so 175. It is followed by 169 projects for ocean observation. And then the next one in the row is the coastal tourism as expected with 120 projects. Quite important is the marine litter concept. And also we have the marine biodiversity, which is a new sector as well. The EU Blue Economy by Sea Basin for 2018, we have two kinds of information, the gross value added in billion of euros and the employment in thousands of persons. We can refer to either the northern waters or the Mediterranean, West Adriatic, East Mediterranean. So we can have some information from those histograms. The Mediterranean sea-based blue economy by sector. Okay, so the most important for both gross value added and number of employees is the coastal tourism. And the new emerging sectors, ocean energy, you can see that till now we have, or the non-living resources, have a very limited share till now, but according to the estimation, those shares are going to increase quite importantly in the next years. The Adriatic and Ionian Sea Strategy Blue Economy by sector. Again, we have the same information and we have the same conclusion that we can draw about the new emerging sectors. And I repeat that these are both those sectors are going to offer new blue jobs to the young people. And what about this Mediterranean Sea Basin? Again, we can see that the major sector till now is the coastal tourism, but most probably those histograms are going to change in the near future. Okay, so I stop the sharing of my screen. And I can have your comments or your remarks or your questions anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fanny. Thank you. That's very interesting oversight of the blue economy sector across the European Union. Does anybody have any questions in relation to Fanny's presentation or the information presented? No, I think it's something that we will perhaps be returning to later on this morning. I think the interesting thing for me, maybe from the experience from BluAct 1, is that we found that different cities had a different mix of blue economy capability, and that different cities prioritized different sectors of the blue economy in their blue growth competition. So maybe those last slides, Fanny, for me were the ones that were the most interesting, around how the different sea basins have a different mix of blue growth capability, if you see my point. So it's something maybe maybe I will get you to think about. Maybe you should be thinking about in your transfer roadmap about which are the key sectors of the blue economy that you want to prioritize and focus your investment on. So that's good.
I would
Thank
say,
you very
Tim,
much,
if you allow me, I will add that we should focus to the sustainable blue economy. So the blue economy should be green as well. Otherwise, we will repeat the mistakes of the past. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Good observation. That's good, Fanny. Thank you. Great. We have another short break for you now. We're very nervous that sitting on a laptop all day can be a very tiring and time-consuming exercise. So we're going to have a short break where maybe you have an opportunity to grab a cup of tea or coffee. can I ask you to do one thing for me if you get a chance during the break? Is that after the break, I'm going to be delivering a short presentation and workshop where I'm going to get you to do some work on a Miro board for me. I will paste the link to the Miro board into the chat function and send you the link to the Miro board. Can you try and see whether you can log on to Miro and get access to the board in the next sort of 20 minutes or so to see whether you can participate fully in the workshop? If you can have a go at doing that and make yourself a cup of coffee or cup of tea in the next 20 minutes, we will see you back here at 11:30 where we continue the rest of the morning's proceedings. Thank you very much, everybody. So welcome back, everybody. Angelos, are you able to stop sharing the screen so that we can share the next presentation? Thank you very much. So welcome back, everybody. I hope you had an opportunity to grab a cup of something to drink and are all ready to go again on the next phase of this first transnational meeting. So the next section, as I said, is an opportunity really to try and understand a little bit more about the Piraeus Blue Growth Initiative, and also to understand perhaps a little bit about different entrepreneurial ecosystems across our partners and across our different cities. Just to add a little bit that Tioni will be, I think, delivering a bit more of a presentation this afternoon on some more information about the Piraeus Blue Growth Initiative. So mine is really just an opportunity to provide an initial introduction to the Blue Growth Initiative that's operated in Piraeus. And as I say, Tioni will be able to give you more information later on this afternoon. The objectives of this session over the next hour are really to provide you with some background on the Blue Growth Initiative, to provide you with a little bit of a framework about for you to really consider how the transferability might work in practice, and how, in theory, each of your cities may choose to adapt or change the good practice. And really, that framework that we're going to consider is a little bit about your, or the different entrepreneurial innovation ecosystems that exist in different cities. Each of you as a city will have a different innovation ecosystem, and therefore I think it's fair to say that you should adapt the good practice to make sure that it's rooted and grounded in the characteristics of your local entrepreneurial system. I don't think it will work if we just take the Piraeus model and try and operate it in your different cities. So I want you a little bit through this session to be thinking a little bit about how your entrepreneurial ecosystems differ. I think also we should be thinking a little bit about your own blue growth priorities and your, for want of a better expression, your unique industrial structures, the structures of your local economy, and where you have particular strengths or weaknesses in blue growth economy. The other thing that I think we should also think about is what your organizational resources, skills, capabilities, and priorities are, because this will equally influence perhaps how you adapt the good practice in order for it to transfer effectively to your city. We should also maybe be thinking about the external business environment and any particular issues that impact on the way that the good practice might transfer to you based on you know, social, political, legal, economic factors. And then also maybe just think also about the sort of business culture and ways of working. But I'll explain a bit more about those two last points as we go through it. And then really, I want you to work through some examples of potential adaptations. As I've said, this is going to be a bit of a workshop where we're going to get you to do some work in Miro as well. So it's not going to be a situation where I'm just going to talk at you. I'm going to expect you to do some work as well. Does anybody have any questions, or did anybody have any problems accessing the Miro board link that I sent out to you in advance of this session? Any questions at all?
I don't think we received the link.
Okay, if you Carolina, if you click on the chat functionality in
It's not there.
In Zoom. Ah, it's not there.
No.
My apologies. I probably sent it privately to one person by mistake. Yep, I did. My mistake. I will send you the link again to everyone. I've been messaging Angelos through the chat function, and unfortunately I sent it to him privately. Does everybody have that now? Brilliant. So see whether you can access the Miro board. Try not to get too distracted as we walk through the presentation. See if you can access it. It may require you to log in or to set up a sign-in into Miro, and then we can, when I get to that point in the presentation, if anybody has any problems, we'll deal with it at that point, if that's okay. Thank you very much. Apologies for that. So looking at the Blue Growth Initiative and the good practice that Piraeus has developed. As you all know, I think from the work that we've discussed previously, the primary focus for Piraeus in launching and developing a Blue Growth entrepreneurship competition is largely to try and strengthen traditional economic activities related to the maritime sector in their city. So I think the research that they undertook before they launched the initiative indicated that the maritime and marine sector was traditionally quite a traditional sector. It was quite slow to react to innovation, to new ideas, to stimulate new growth-orientated businesses. So they, recognizing that it was a key component of their economic structure, they launched the initiative with the aim of trying to stimulate innovation within the sector and new business ideas. The initiative generally helps young entrepreneurs realize innovative concepts and create jobs in the blue economy. And you'll see that I've included a link to the Basecamp site from a report that was completed during the first phase of the network that gives you a little bit of an overview of how the competition works. I don't expect you to click on that now, but I give it to you as a resource to have a look at and to read more information about in your own time when you get a minute and an opportunity. And let's just have a look at how the Blue Growth Initiative works in practice and understand a little bit more detail the 5 stages of the competition. So one of the things that Piraeus has done in order to initiate this competition is they've established a strong multi-agency governance structure. So they have developed a strong partnership within the city in order to operate and to run this entrepreneurial competition. In the case of Piraeus, they refer to this partnership as their Marinescape. And their Marinescape is effectively all of the partners that have an interest in the promotion and the development of the blue economy. So they have brought together a very inclusive partnership the traditional kind of quadruple helix partnership, as it's often referred to in innovation systems. That quadruple helix partnership brings together public, private, academic, and community partners, all of whom come together to steer not only the strategic direction of the competition, but they also get involved in publicizing it, to marketing it to their constituent communities. And in many cases, the partners involved in the marinescape are also responsible for helping to deliver the competition. So in some senses, they have managed to secure the commitment of a broad range of interest groups within their city towards helping to oversee the delivery of the competition. And in conclusion on this point, I would say that this is where I think, in terms of your thinking about the structures of your BluAct local groups, you should maybe be thinking about how you create a fully inclusive partnership within your city in the form of the BluAct local group to help oversee your delivery of the transfer, and how you draw in as many partners as you possibly can to help you oversee the delivery of this competition. Does anybody have any questions, or if anybody has any concerns about the way that their ULG is structured or developing, or maybe concerned that there are not that many partners locally that would join them in supporting the delivery of this competition? Please comment. Any thoughts, any suggestions? No. So everybody's happy that their BluAct local group is developing appropriately, so that's good. We can touch on this a little bit later as we carry on. The second stage of the competition is all about preparing the groundwork to launch the competition. So in this phase of delivery, Piraeus normally goes about by securing the resources that they need in order to deliver the competition, and they develop the marketing collateral and the marketing material that they need in order to launch it. In terms of securing the resources, this isn't just about money. In the case of Piraeus, for example, they use, in this phase of the competition, they secure the commitment, for example, of business mentors who are willing to work with the competition applicants to support them and develop them to grow. They secure the commitment of their incubation partners. And when we say incubation, we could be talking about training and development of the entrepreneurs to help them develop their business idea. Or we could be talking about premises, we could be talking about mentoring, we could be talking about finance providers. But effectively, in this preparation stage of the competition, they try and secure the commitment of the partnership to support the delivery of the competition. I would say in the case of the first phase of the BluAct network, a number of the cities were also very successful in securing private sector sponsorship to be able to award competition prizes. So in the case of, for example, Matosinhos in Portugal, they secured a few thousand euros from Superboc, the brewing company, who were willing to invest money in competition prizes to be able to award money to the winning entrepreneurs. And in the case of Mataró in Spain, they were successful in securing financial contributions from the port of Mataró. It is not vitally important to be able to offer competition prizes. Piraeus historically has not done that, but it is, I think, important in this phase of the competition to secure your support in terms of incubation, in terms of mentoring, in terms of training, and so on and so forth. And we can cover more of that this afternoon. The third phase of the competition is around competition delivery. And in this stage of the competition, the municipality creates a launch event, again, through close collaboration with partners. It works with its partnership to market that event. So again, lots of the examples from phase one of the competition was that the partners involved in delivering the competition marketed the competition to their communities. So in the case of a university, for example, if they can raise the profile of the competition to the student population, then this is a very good thing. Again, if you have an incubation provider, they can maybe raise the profile of the competition to their incubation tenants and so on and so forth. In this stage of the competition, also, once the closing date for entry has passed, the municipality normally evaluates the proposals and selects those participants that it wants to take forward to a demo day and organizes a demo day to prepare them ultimately for a pitch session. And then they organize also an award ceremony and hold an award ceremony and nominate the winners of their competition. And as it said on this slide, this is a critical stage of the success of the competition because it's during this stage that well-developed business proposals need to be generated in order for them to progress through to the demo day and the awards day. The fourth stage is then an incubation program. And during this stage of the competition, the winning entrepreneurs are supported to develop their idea, to try and develop it and fully establish their business in the city. And in this phase of the competition, the winners are generally offered incubation support. And that can come in the form, as I've indicated already, in terms of mentoring, advice and support, and training and development. It can also include office space and seed funding and the right kind of conditions to help them develop their idea further to start their business venture. And I would suggest to you that the incubation offer that you develop as a city, I think, again, needs to be adapted and needs to be different according to the types of entrepreneur that you are successfully able to get to apply to the competition. If, for example, you are a city that doesn't have a high level of natural entrepreneurship, and generally speaking, you have to go out into the community to find entrepreneurs, then I would suggest to you that I think that it's likely that those entrepreneurs will need more training and development support in order to ready their business idea than maybe a city that has a very buoyant entrepreneurial culture, a very active entrepreneurial marketplace. In those cities, in phase one of the network, I think we found that it was more acceptable to offer a more traditional property-based incubation model to those winning entrepreneurs, because their business ideas were already more developed and more sophisticated. So again, I think we need to be thinking about how the incubation program will work in your particular city based on your particular circumstances. And then finally, the last phase of the program is something that probably isn't a phase as such. It's something that happens throughout the period of the competition. One of the things that Piraeus does almost every day when it wakes up running a competition of this type is it constantly thinks about how the city can celebrate entrepreneurship, how it can celebrate and promote the development of early stage entrepreneurs. It thinks about this in almost in every waking hour of every waking day, and it makes sure that it exploits every opportunity to try and celebrate and promote entrepreneurship. I'll stop there for a pause and see whether anybody else has any questions at all. I think I saw a hand up, but it's quite difficult for me to see.
Yes, Larissa from Copper, I raised the hand.
Brilliant, Larissa. Welcome.
Yeah.
Please feel free to ask any questions.
Yes. In our region so far, we have identified some issues that might not be so easy to solve. Firstly, we don't have so many entrepreneurs in the field of blue economy, as you mentioned before. And then also we see a problem that no funds, if we have understood well, have been foreseen for the group that we have to constitute, this local group, because the institutions we have invited, some are willing to cooperate and to take part in the group, but others not, because there are no funds foreseen for their work, and this will be a difficulty. And also the mentoring of entrepreneurs, we have some experts in our center, so in our institution, who could mentor these entrepreneurs. But perhaps some faculty, some professor of our faculties that have been invited to join the group will be willing to mentor the entrepreneurs, but otherwise this could be a difficulty in our area too.
Okay, brilliant. I say brilliant, but thank you. I think Larissa, the great thing, I think that you're recognizing these challenges, and it's good that you've identified them, because I think the first step towards perhaps being able to solve a challenge or a problem is to be able to identify it. Trying to deal with each one of those issues in turn, if I can, and then I'll open it up to the city of Piraeus in particular, if anybody would like to comment. My suggestion in terms of the low level of naturally occurring entrepreneurship that you have, the experience that we have in the first phase of the BluAct network is that we had two cities that in particular suffered from a similar situation, where they, I think it's probably also fair to say, they suffered from a brain drain of young people out of the city, moving to more dynamic, exciting, larger metropolitan areas. So their solution to this particular problem was that they decided to, rather than just launch a competition and hope that the entrepreneurs would come, is they decided, and we worked with them, to develop and deliver a range of ideation activities, like hackathons, for example. So they deliberately focused very much on trying to bring, for example, businesses and their port authorities and their colleges and their skills providers together to set them a challenge of coming up with business ideas in particular domains of activity. So for example, in Bulgaria, in Burgas, from memory, I think they set a group of students, college age students, slightly younger entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs. They set those college students a challenge of how to deal with, for example, plastic sea waste. And they went out into that into those communities in order to generate and stimulate ideas. And in the case of Galati in Romania, for example, they generated somewhere in the region of 34 business proposals from younger college-age students and entrepreneurs by adopting that kind of approach. I would say to you that the challenge with doing that is that you don't always find well-developed business ideas, but you start to stimulate and generate some early stage concepts and initial ideas that young entrepreneurs may take forward. So you have a slight challenge that you're, if there is going to be an incubation offer, the incubation offer then needs to be more orientated towards trying to train and develop those ideas into more serious business propositions rather than a more traditional property-based incubation solution. So I think there are solutions that we can propose to cities that have low levels of entrepreneurship. And I think that has to be around trying to use hackathons and those kind of activities to generate business ideas. The second issue in terms of no funding, I think I'm looking to Celine a little bit for some validation of what I'm about to say here. I think it's fair to say that the BluAct local group membership is not a remunerated position. So it is not a position that works whereby BluAct local group members are paid as such. It is a voluntary role that we would seek to encourage you to promote and encourage your partners in the city to come and join with you in this initiative, because they buy into the principle of growing the blue economy in the city. That said, you have some external expertise budget, for example, whereby it's expected and anticipated that you may tender for some services and some activities to support you in the delivery of the network activities. And that might be, for example, in support of marketing and communication, or it might be in support of project management and delivery of the network activities over its lifetime. Obviously, those services and external support that you procure has to be procured using national and European procurement rules. So You just need to make sure that you go through the normal procedures and processes to buy in that expertise. And I would say to you that, and this is the point that I'm looking for Celine to comment on, or to provide her view on. It's not unusual to see some cities support some pilot actions or some activities within the frame of their overall program, within the timescale of the network. So it might be, for example, that you explore the principle of trying to support a hackathon or some kind of ideation activity with your external expertise budget in order to support and stimulate a pilot action to trial that kind of activity within the framework of the network delivery over the period of the next 12 months or so. Celine, is that an appropriate and suitable thing for partners to do and to consider doing in order to try and buy in additional resource to help them deliver that kind of activity?
Yeah, I think, yeah, Jim, your response was perfect. I mean, in terms of like what they can do with some external expertise budget. So as you said, either for like supporting, for instance, the coordination of the group, or if you don't have the internal resources, or like you said, for some activities like ideation activities or so on, also like organizing some events, or if you need some help with training, or facilitating the events or the meetings, or or this ideation activities, for instance, it's a possibility. But yeah, as Jim said also, it's true that it's not remunerated a task, to be part of the group. So also like your stakeholders should be so relevant to the project, but also like motivated to participate for free. On a voluntary basis.
Brilliant. Thank you, Celine. Thank you very much for those kind words that I was okay in what I said. So that's good. And then just briefly, Larissa, on the last point of mentors, I think I would suggest, whether you could form a relationship with organizations like chambers of commerce or similar trade associations who might be able to help you recruit business mentors from the existing marine and maritime sector. It might be that, as you say, issuing some form of tender for external expertise may also help you to identify how you support that kind of activity.
Okay, thank you. We will think about all your suggestions. Thank you.
Super, thank you. I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to keep going, and then if we have any more questions, I'll ask. That's great, thank you. So I now want to think a little bit about what are the issues that might influence how you might adapt the Piraeus good practice. And I've talked a little bit about, it will differ from one city to another because of the different characteristics of the city, and what resources you have to work with, what strategic assets, skills, industrial bases, and so on and so forth. Many of you will be aware of the concept of smart specialization and the idea that activities should be adapted in order to be successfully embedded into local economies, and they should be adapted differently. And so really, I want to just try and consider some of the things that may impact on your thinking about the adaptation. And some of that, as I've said, is about the entrepreneurial ecosystem. It's about the city of Piraeus's way of doing things and organizing things. And that can differ in your organization and the way that you deal with things. The business environment and the whole way the sort of business culture is organized in your city. And so I want maybe to spend a little bit of time thinking about different entrepreneurial innovation ecosystems. And I don't want to repeat some of the information that Fanny has already covered. For me, what this says is that different countries have different levels of entrepreneurship. Different countries have different enterprise birth rates. And what I think is really fascinating about this picture is that actually, if these statistics are to be believed from the European Commission and from Eurostat, Greece actually has one of the lowest levels of entrepreneurship in Europe, which is interesting in the context of the fact that Piraeus has been so successful in delivering a blue growth entrepreneurship competition when it has actually one of the lowest levels of naturally occurring entrepreneurship in the whole of Europe. I should say that the other statistics that Fanny demonstrated was that Greece also has one of the largest blue economy sectors in the whole of Europe. And it's also been very successful in securing the commitment of a whole range of organizations in that sector to promote this competition. So I think there are ways, this slide is really meant, Larissa, to tackle that first point that you raised, that I think there are ways that you can go about organizing these kind of competitions, even in areas where there are low levels of entrepreneurship, where you can stimulate some successful outcomes. And as I've said already, I think if we jump to the sort of fifth bullet point down on this slide, what about the cities involved in this network? Maybe you need to understand your own entrepreneurial system and what you're naturally, whether you have high levels of naturally occurring entrepreneurship, or do you need to take more positive and proactive action to get out into communities to stimulate more business ideas? And I think that really depends on whether you're a more developed, a less developed, or transition economy. It depends on the nature of your local entrepreneurial system. And how mature your overall sort of entrepreneurial ecosystem is. And when we talk about entrepreneurial ecosystems, there's an author by the name of Daniel Eisenberg, who talks about high growth entrepreneurship is born of ecosystems that contains the kind of following components that are shown in that diagram opposite. The question is, do you have an incubation operator in your city? Do you have a finance provider that provides finance to early stage companies in your city? Do you have a business support organization like a chamber of commerce that delivers enterprise support to existing businesses? Do you have skills providers that are developing people in the marine and maritime economy? If you have all of those things that are very buoyant and very active in your city, then I think all of that points towards a quite a successful and buoyant entrepreneurial ecosystem. If you don't, then there are things that maybe, as I said, we need to do in order to stimulate that kind of activity and action. And we need to start by thinking, how do we bring some of the communities of interest that are in our city together in order to start to stimulate some of that activity and some of those new businesses. And this is just a slightly extended diagram that explains in a little bit more detail some of the components of a good entrepreneurship system, and some of these things, hopefully, you will recognise as being part of your city's makeup, and some of the things and some of the partners that you can ask to get involved. But we'll come back to this in a minute. I think the other sort of thing that is interesting and we need to maybe consider as being different about different cities is that there's another author that's identified that some cities will have organizational thickness, and that's where they have lots of firms, lots of universities, lots of research bodies, lots of support organizations, unions, associations, and this type of thing, which implies, again, a buoyancy and an activity to the city, which gives it a level of maturity and makes it easy to bring those partners together to generate later stage business ideas. And then there's also this issue around institutional thickness, which is about whether you have sort of formal laws, rules and regulations for entrepreneurship, and also the sort of informal systems, such as innovation and cooperation cultures and norms and values and this kind of stuff. And I think what this table at the bottom illustrates is that I think we have to recognize that cities are different in their makeup and in their structure, and that the approach that different cities will have to take in order to stimulate business ideas and to generate business ideas will probably be different according to how thick your ecosystem is or how thin your ecosystem is. And we can as I say, one of the activities that I've got for you will allow us to explore those issues in a little bit more detail. And I think last point before I drop into a little bit of a film is that you know, the whole point about these kind of entrepreneurial systems, and the whole point about the approach maybe that you should be taking, I think, in terms of the structure of your BluAct local group, is that we should be thinking a little bit about how do we ensure that we can get entrepreneurs to lead the creation of this kind of initiative? How can we ask the business community to step up and to help deliver this kind of initiative? Also, I think the work that Brad Feld has done in identifying how you build an entrepreneurial ecosystem is that you try and ensure that there's a long-term commitment to the growth of that entrepreneurial ecosystem within the partnership. It's not always easy if there's a lot of short-termism in the partnership. The idea that it must be inclusive of everyone in the ecosystem is important. So again, thinking about the structure of your BluAct local groups, I would encourage you to think about how you can make it as inclusive as you possibly can. And then the last one, in terms of the importance of building an entrepreneurial ecosystem, is it's about engaging with the community and make sure that the entire community comes with you on that journey. And Brad Feld has made a really nice, interesting little film, I think, which hopefully this is going to work, which I'd like just to share with you. I'm hoping that the sound works.
Seems there is no sound.
Can you hear it?
No, we can't hear anything.
I'll just see whether, I think share sound. There we go.
Jim,
Yep.
Jim, you need to share your screen again and allow the sound option.
I have done that. Yep. I'm just organizing this. Just bear with me 1 second. Apologies. Right. Hopefully this will work.
I'm Brad Feld, a partner at Foundry Group, a venture capital firm in Boulder, Colorado. If you go back to the industrial era, everything ran in a hierarchy. Businesses had a boss and people worked for the boss, and you worked your way up the hierarchy. As we evolved from industrial society to information society, we started to see some changes. In entrepreneurship, especially at the very early stages, there is no hierarchy. If the hierarchy tries to drive the startup community, it essentially stifles it. The hierarchy is really collapsing, and many, many, many more aspects of what we do are behaving as a network. This was the starting point for thinking about how startup communities evolve. What I came to was a thesis that I call the Boulder thesis that has 4 parts, and those 4 parts are essential for a sustainable, vibrant startup community anywhere in the world. First, it has to be led by entrepreneurs. I define the universe into 2 categories of people, leaders and feeders. The leaders in this context are entrepreneurs, and the feeders are everyone else that participates in the startup community. University, government, venture capital investors, angel investors, service providers, lawyers, accountants, etc. The feeders have very important roles. They become part of the fabric of the startup community, but the feeders can't be leaders. The leaders have to be entrepreneurs. Second is entrepreneurs have to take a very long-term view. It's a generational view, 20 plus years. It's people who are making a long-term commitment to invest heavily in the development of their startup community. The right cliche is that you're running a marathon, not a sprint. In a startup community over a long period of time, you're going to have some extraordinary successes as well as some really huge failures. When somebody's incredibly successful, that person is still part of that startup community. When somebody's a failure, have a wake, move on, reincorporate them into other things. You're essentially saying it's okay. It's just part of the process. Third is you have to have a philosophy of inclusiveness. It's not just other entrepreneurs, but anybody who's interested in being part of this startup ecosystem. If everybody contributes energy into the startup community, it'll get bigger and grow faster and be more successful and be more fun. And the fourth is you have to have activities and events that engage the entire entrepreneurial stack. Those activities and events need to be more substantive than an award dinner or a cocktail party. They have to be things like an accelerator program like Techstars that engages the entire community in helping a set of startups get going. Or something like Startup Weekend that's essentially a simulation of entrepreneurship. So those 4 pieces are essential for the long-term health of a startup community. It's just this sort of network chaos of entrepreneurs doing what entrepreneurs do, which is create things. That force of the entrepreneurs to build something bigger than just themselves and their company is so incredibly powerful.
So again, the idea in that video is largely that it's about trying to enable the entrepreneurial community to to stimulate activities and generate interesting events and programs that inspire more entrepreneurs and so on and so forth. Does anybody have any questions or any worries or concerns about what that presentation illustrates? No? Okay, great. So the other thing that very briefly we touched upon is this idea that the nature of how well developed the entrepreneurs are in your city and how well developed their business ideas are will vary the model that you need to adopt in terms of the Blue Growth program that you adopt. If, for example, you can see on this presentation that the red line shows a structure or a growth of business ideas from the early stages of ideating through to concept development, through to committing, to validating, to scaling, and then establishing your business idea. That's the process that an entrepreneur goes through when they start their business. If, as we've already discussed, like COPA, we think that the kind of ideas that we're going to generate are nearer the -2 and the -1 numbers on this graph, then the incubation model and the incubation support that you may choose to put in place will be more training and development to try and encourage those businesses to develop their ideas further along the red line. If, however, you have a very buoyant and very active entrepreneurial system, and you're able to generate business ideas that are stage 3 on that diagram, then it's perfectly possible that your incubation model could, for example, be a premises-based mentoring solution, much more mature model. Right, I've got here a little bit later than expected. I'm going to just try, if I can, to see whether everybody can access the Miro board. I'm going to stop sharing. If everybody can go to the chat link and click on the link in Miro. Does everybody is everybody able to access the board at all?
Yes.
Brilliant. I can see lots of cursors moving around on the board, which is good. I can see Carolina, I can see Gail, I can see Celine, Mojka, Evangelos. So we have a good body of people who could start this piece of work. I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to ask you, if at all possible, what I would like you to do is to look at the diagram on the left-hand side, which illustrates potentially the different components of your entrepreneurial ecosystem. It describes a little bit the different types of organizations that you might invite to join your URBAC local group, that you might invite to join you in supporting the delivery of a Blue Growth competition. And you'll see, hopefully, that I've clicked on one of the post-it notes, and I have edited the wording in the post-it note in the top left-hand corner. And I have selected the Chamber of Commerce, for example. And I am going to move the Chamber of Commerce. Oh, where is it? It's disappeared. I was going to move the Chamber of Commerce to business bodies. Centre back, there we go. There we go. So I've moved the Chamber of Commerce to a business body. Oh, look at that. I think, who put Aquatic Product Innovation Cluster? Was that you, Gail? Gail, did you put Aquatic Product Innovation Cluster?
Yes, I did.
Well done. So
Okay.
what I'd like you to try and do is to spend just 5 minutes or so, if possible, if you can, highlighting the types of organizations that you think you have in your city that you could invite to be part of the ULG that could help you in terms of promoting this competition. Carolina, are you managing okay? So I think some of you are experiencing issues in terms of selecting and dragging post-it notes. If you highlight over the arrow button, make sure you pick up the arrow, and then you should be able to click on a post-it note, edit it, and drag it into the right place. If people can start just brainstorming different organizations and writing in different post-it notes and start creating some ideas about the kind of organizations that you might invite to get involved in the competition, that would be very helpful. Is anybody having any problems? If they want to ask about how to use the technology, please shout.
Well, yes, indeed. I faced the problem you just mentioned. I can't drag the post anywhere. I tried to do what you mentioned, but it's not working. It goes to some point, but then it stops or get.
Please try to add a new post-it from the left from the left of the screen, the fourth icon.
All right, now it's working. Yeah.
Try to do a new post-it because some of them are not working.
All right, thank you.
It's very difficult, I think, to talk whilst people are working, but I'm interested to understand, does anybody have any concerns that some of the types of organizations that are appearing are on screen are not available to them in the locality? So for example, does any city not have a university? Copa, I'm wondering, do you have a university that you can involve? Yeah. Good.
Yes, we have university in our region, and also some faculties that are part of the University of Ljubljana, our capital. And the faculties are situated in our region.
That's good. I think Angelos has shared the Miro board that we are developing on your screen. For some,
Yes.
this be careful. This can sometimes be a bit confusing because I find sometimes people try and click on the post-it note on the Zoom screen and try and move it rather than working in their internet browser. But try and see whether it can still work. I'll give it one more minute, and then maybe we can have a discussion about some of the organizations that are in the So I'm conscious of time, and I really want to give you an opportunity to make sure you have long enough to have a lunch break before we kick off the afternoon session. This is maybe something that we can continue to work on over the next couple of days or so, and we can continue to explore and discuss some of the potential partners that we might involve. Very briefly, just to close off, I'm encouraged to see that most of us have managed to put something in each one of the boxes. So I can see, for example, that some of you have business angel networks, venture capital organizations, may have, I know, for example, in Galati, where they didn't have these kind of organizations, they were successful in encouraging 2 local banks to come and join their ULG, and the banks provided advice to early stage entrepreneurs about bank finance, so we could include banks in there. I see some of you have research organizations and institutes and universities, which is an obvious organization to involve. Science and Research Center, Faculty of Transport, so that's good. That some people are also starting to think about the specializations of different university departments. I think in terms of business bodies, we have chambers of commerce, nautical chambers, chambers of craft. Again, if you don't have these types of business associations and organizations, it might be that you look towards trying to go out to the business community direct and seek volunteers to come and join you rather than work through those kind of associations. Support professions, again, universities, business support centers, skills bodies, colleges, and universities. Again, I think Bulgaria did lots of good work with their local colleges, and we have also in there, for example, the Blue Living Lab network, Norska network, which is good. Women's International Shipping and Trade, Worcester, Poland. So yeah, again, specialist enterprise bodies and startup bodies, incubation providers, science park, big companies in the fish processing sector. That's good. Yep. And then lastly, in terms of the networks, again, it's good to see that we have lots of different networks that we could possibly invite. So I hope that gives everybody a sort of flavor of the range of the organizations that could be invited to join the ULG. Before I close off for lunch, and apologies for being a little bit late, does anybody have any questions or comments that they would like to make about this this kind of inclusive multi-agency partnership that we're proposing to establish to help run this type of competition?
Yes, Jim, just one question for me. For us, the main question we have when we start working on it is I would say the what's in it for me to bring people joining this kind of informal organization. Is there some, I would say, reasons or arguments you already use to encourage people joining this kind of cluster in the previous projects? And if so, what are the best?
Yeah, no, it's a good question, Gail, a good question. I'm conscious I'm doing far too much talking. So I'm going to look to colleagues in Piraeus. I'm sorry, I've given them no warning that I'll hand over to them. But I wondered whether Piraeus, anybody within the team there, had any particular views or opinions about why people have joined the Marinescape and why people are willing to contribute their time and effort towards supporting the organization of the Blue Growth Initiative.
Yes, can you hear me?
Perfect, Tioni, yep.
Yes, okay. Why is to do with the participation itself. I mean that when you participate in a web network, you gain also the socialization and known about yourself to the others. So the gain is to be known to the others. This is a very special network that can be known and for your actions, to be helped and to help also to others. I'm a clear tweet or not?
Gail, you are happy with the answer? You get a bit of clarity?
No, it's clear for me, but I think we have to work internally on how to attract more people and give them, I would say, I don't know how to say that, but we need good arguments to bring them and try. The first step is hard to make. That's the issue, I think.
I think.
Okay. Sorry, James. I will be about this to my presentation also as a theme about ULG. The BluAct, the methodology of BluAct is to have a good transfer. How you do it? By have a close contact with other partners in local and international and European level. This is, you can do it by meetings and to have discussion for the subject that you want to have. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tioni. Brilliant. I'm conscious of time and we have overrun. I apologize for that, but I want to give you a good 45 minutes in order to be able to have a lunch break and a bit of time to gather your thoughts. So we can pick more of this up in the questions at the end of the day. Have a wonderful break, everybody. We will all reconvene at 1:30, if that's okay. Central European time, and have an enjoyable 45 minutes. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. I hope I see some people still have their cameras off, so I hope they're still with us. If you could turn your cameras on, that would be very helpful. Thank you, Mochka. Thank you, Carolina. That's great. Isabel, are you with us? Florence? Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Larissa. Just waiting for Boulogne-sur-Mer. Isabel, Florence, are you there? Thank you, Eleni. Isabel, Florence, are you with us? Well, I think we should probably get started anyway, if everybody else is happy to. So we'll get underway. Thank you for your patience. I hope you had an enjoyable lunch break. I see we've lost Gail, so I hope Gail will be rejoining us. Just in terms of the next phase of the session and the meeting, we are going to hear a bit more from Tioni in terms of it's going to give us a bit more background and information about the Blue Growth Initiative and a bit more information about the way that they approached building their partnership in order to deliver the competition. So if I can, I'm going to hand over to Tioni to give us some more information.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. For all of us from Piraeus team and from BluAct project, I'm doing the project coordination about BluAct NERCOD. That means that we have the core responsibility to transfer our good practice from sorry, because I have also a presentation and we need to show it. I'm waiting our technician.
It replacing the two screens of mine.
Excuse me for a moment. Okay, now we have the presentation and we have our logo for second wave, which is BluAct second wave. And it is the continue of the first cycle that it was BluAct. BluAct is the network that we transfer as a lead partner the initiative Blue Growth Piraeus competition to other European cities, which is a competition that have to do with innovative ideas, sustainable ideas regarding the blue economy. And it's not to do only for the competition itself. It has also to do that after the competition, we are providing acceleration incubation program that the entrepreneurial ideas mature are transformed into business enterprises so that they are ready to be in the market. This is the vision about the competition, the Blue Growth, that is to strengthen economic activities related to the maritime economy with innovative business idea. This is aiming to inspire, help young entrepreneurs realize the innovative concepts regarding to marine and maritime sectors. And this can have results for our society to create new jobs and promote new innovative ecosystem so that to have the general development of a society. I want to give you the concept about the Blue Growth Piraeus competition within the years that it started first time in 2014, that it was for 4 months, and we had 9 teams to validate for their ideas. In 2017, we have the label Good Practice by Airbag and became the lead partner about this network. In 2018, we have the Blue Growth Strategy that our municipality implement, and we have the Blue Growth Initiative as an action of it, and also very important about the promote of a Blue Growth Strategy. In 22, we have the 16th competition with collaboration with academic community held at Piraeus University. We had we had the 9 finalists under very difficult circumstances because of the pandemic period, which was virtually, and also have finalists in a very close and small team. I want to give you a presentation about the stages of Blue Growth Piraeus itself. That the first stage has to do with the multi-agency governance structure, which is 4 components: public, private community, academic, and citizens community. This community, the multi-agency governance structures, help to design and implement the urban action about the transfer of the good practice. And also they promote this competition to their parts. At the second stage of Blue Growth Piraeus, we have the competition preparation that is very essential for the competition itself to have implemented us all, because to schedule it is the most important to have a success. And this has to do with the resources and the facilities to deliver the competition and support all the entrepreneurs about their ideas. We have also project management at this stage, that we have the scheduling, also the incubation acceleration program, the sponsors that has to do about the award, and after the support for the promotion of the competition itself, that it is an ongoing procedure. The third stage of Blue Growth Piraeus, it has to do with the competition. We have the proposal and submission of it, the proposal evaluation, and the award ceremony, that we have the finalist, which is the demo day, and we have the prize about the best of the best. After the ceremony, we have the fourth stage, that is the acceleration incubation program. It has to do with seminars, mentoring, office space, city funding that can be provided to the entrepreneurs, so that we have a business, the business itself, sorry. After the 5 stages of Blue Growth Competition Piraeus is the ongoing celebration and promotion about this competition that can be go in the society generally and all the stakeholders. This is to show you that the first cycle of BluAct, it was the duration of it is 2.5 years, and it was very successful with 6 other port cities in the Europe. These cities as Matosinhos in Portugal, Mataró in Spain, Ostend in Belgium, Salerno in Italy, Galați in Romania, and Burgas in Bulgaria. All the cities had doing the practice of the competition in its way, and as Jim said already, this is the most interesting to adopt this good practice in your way. About our network, BluAct, what we want to do is to establish transfer culture across our partners. This is to do a very close meeting, to have meetings and good relations about conduct with you. Also to support you to develop a clear plan for successfully transfer of the Blue Growth competition. What we can share is our knowledge, capability, and understanding of the circumstances that competition can run. Also, what we can do is to have bilateral, trilateral exchanges with our groups so that to overcome any challenges or barriers through the stages of the competition. And generally, what we want to do is to support to structure a strong airbag local group, as James already mentioned, with the tricks and tips that have shown until now. About Piraeus Airbag Local Group is to say that we have a very good collaboration with them, and we cooperate upon is with usual meetings about our competition, and we do it this through the competition. What we see that we have partners and stakeholders from all the fields, academic, chambers, networks, clusters, private sectors, that all they have something different to say about entrepreneurship and their actions to be taken. And this is the good about this, to have different opinions so that you can manage to have the best practice. What I'm using what I'm using generally is to have a quote from Mr. Carmenu, without due for marine affair and fishery, that say that blue economy, the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth through entrepreneurship, investment, research, and innovation. And this is, we act so, and what we want to be the pioneers about it, as we have all the characteristics in our city about sea. This is my end, and thank you for all for your participation, and I'm here to have a discussion for all any matters that you need.
Thank you, Tioni. That's a really useful overview of the intensity of your partnership. I think the number of people that you have managed to involve and to participate in the city is very impressive, and so that's good. Does anybody have any questions for Tioni at all in terms of? I see Isabel, you have a hand up.
Hello, thanks Tony for this presentation. Yes, I have a question. In fact, I've seen one of your slides where you say that the competition lasts for 4 months. Could you develop and explain a bit what you mean by the competition lasts 4 months? I mean, were there preparatory workshops, or were there some workshops after the competition, or I don't know, can you just explain a bit what you mean by that, by 4 months?
Yes, as I saw you, it was the first competition, so it was a very small period of competition itself, and nothing else, because after that we didn't have, they had some workshop. I was not here in this period about this competition, but from what I know is that the 4th month was the duration of the first start, the schedule, the planning, until the celebration. But it was a very back. It was 2014.
So I think, Isabel, I think this 4-month question relates specifically to the first competition. My understanding and experience of how Piraeus currently run the competition is it's more of an annual competition. It runs every year now. And Tioni, just 1 second.
Yes, yes. What I want to add is that the last competition, because of the pandemic, has a longer duration. That means that we start to schedule it a year before, and we succeed to have the celebration after a year, and the incubation was for 4 months. So it has to do with the general circumstances that society is going on this time. Pandemic was something that we can do, we cannot foresee, but we had an extension generally to the competition, the duration of the competition. It's okay, Isabel, with it? Okay.
Okay, brilliant.
I wanted to give also Agostinos, he want to add something. Just a moment.
Hi, I'm Agostinos. I have watched many competitions from the early stages closely. So about this question, I would like to add that 4 months is, I think, a minimum period to prepare the competition, because first of all, you have to do the open call to find the advisory board, to update your website, and to find the participants in the first stage. After that, it's the application stage that the participants have to apply and to describe their idea. There are 1 or 2 pre-competition workshops that we gather with all the teams that apply for the competition to discuss about their ideas, to make them, to empower them. It's the acceleration stage, if I can say it so. So as a municipality of Piraeus, we have to empower the ideas. We have to find the ways that each team will make their idea better and be prepared for the competition. For example, one preparatory workshop could be a hackathon in the city of Piraeus or something like this. So I think that 4 months, it was a very great time in order to prepare to have a successful competition. Thank you very much. Jim, back to you.
Thank you, Austin. That's great. Anybody else have any particular questions that they'd like to ask the team in Piraeus about how the competition normally operates? Nope, I can't see any hands. So I think that's been really useful, very helpful. A question for the team in Piraeus. I see that I don't think yet we have Leader online, which is was going to be the next session for us, was going to be information, any questions about network management and finance. Are we expecting Leader, or should we ask Angelos to run his presentation first?
Να την πάρω εγώ, να την πάρεις. Εγώ θα μου παρουσιάσω. Να σκοτώ. Κάτσε, για να την πάρω τηλέφωνο.
Παρουσίαση.
Εξήγησε όμως ότι θα κάνετε εσείς και θα κάνουμε τα εξήγησε το.
Hello, Jim.
Hi, Angelos.
Hello, dear partners and colleagues. A small change to our schedule. We will present now the communication activities that were supposed to be the next step. Because we are trying to reach Lida. She was in a big seminar today. We knew that we would have a problem. That's why she was supposed to Hello, Belaki. This is the BluAct logo, created in 2018 by my partner Agustinos and me. It was the first phase of the first wave of this network. It was right after the Blue Growth Piraeus competition was awarded by the European Union. And then Airbag chose it to be transferred to 7 more cities. That was more than 2 years, more than 3 years ago. So we created this logo. You can see the logic behind it. It's a B and an A, the initials of Blue Action. It's blue. It shows some waves. If you close your eyes a bit and see the shape. It's cubes, which transfer us to cities, because we are talking about blue economy and sustainable development inside cities. And also boxes, cargo, a port. Some people said they also see 2 ports. If you see from the from the top view. So we're going to BluAct second wave with the new 4 partners, the new 4 cities that that this idea of the blue economy, innovation and entrepreneurial competition will be transferred to. And this is a first approach of presenting the new wave. The idea is that the logo stays the same. That was okay from Airbag. They said that we can choose. You can create a whole new logo or keep the existing one. So we decided to keep the logo. Okay, we can add this second wave when needed, but the logo stays the same because we have a lot of a tremendous material, volume of material. We are in every possible platform. We are on Facebook, we are on Instagram, on Twitter, on YouTube, even on Spotify. So it's kind of impossible to go and change it everywhere. And also one more reason is that we like it. So it stays. Next. This is the branding manual. You can find it inside our website, bluact.eu. Inside the media kit, where you can find a very big variety of material, you can find this branding manual. So if you want to print something, if you want to go to a graphic designer and create something, even if it's an intern in your organization or inside the municipality that is about to create a poster or a banner, this would be the guide. It's the best idea is to pass the branding manual to someone, so we avoid the things that you can see in the top right, in the bottom right image. And that's our website. BluAct.eu. You can see the several materials that you can find there inside the media kit. And you can find much more things. The forum is there. The whole history of BluAct for the last 3 years is there. Photos, material, posters in printable and web format. Everything you might need is inside there. And if you don't find it, which it would still be there. But of course, you can ask us, and we can guide you with the exact page and where you can find it. So the general idea is that if you don't communicate it, it's like it never happened. We might do very good work, find entrepreneurial ideas that are about to become startups and sponsor them, incubate them, make them grow, and really send them to the real life, which is the purpose of the project. But to be honest, if the people of the city never learn about it, it's like it never happened. There's no value for a mayor that started this thing. There's no value for us, for the teams. There's no value for your organization, no value for AirBact, no value for the European Union that funded this project. So even if it sounds like a heavy extra step, I did my work. Now I have to post it on Twitter. Yes, it's half of the work. But you have our help. It might sound hard work, but you have our help. You will very soon have this communication plan adapted to the new wave with dedicated actions for each one of the partners. And behind everything, you can find us. So no matter what you need, we will help you. So some things that are inside the communication plan. Let's say at the beginning, the theoretical approach, the first chapter, before the actions start. So, but some important things is that the levels of communication in this network, and this is from AirBact's approach for communication, is we have the program level, what's happening with AirBact, the communication with one partner, between one partner and us, Piraeus, or your communication with Jim, the lead expert, or your direct communication to the secretariat. And some things that might look a bit complicated need to be clear, so we can avoid sending like 10 emails and create a big chain instead of contacting the right person. I think you will find everything inside there. So in national level, we have the national AirBact points, which we estimate that they will have an even more active role the next period. So you will have the connection with other AirBact networks in your country. You can create common events, seek for help, ask for an opinion. What did you do? It's something important because you speak the same language. And you should all follow and be in contact with your national AirBact points because they will produce content in your own language, which is very important. And then the most important for me, the network level. And it has two parts. It's between the partners. So we are talking about BluAct. What we're doing now is the ultimate form of communication between the partners. It's a transnational meeting. If it was a different situation, we would all be in Piraeus now, and we would be after a very good meal. But bad luck, we have to do it online. And then the public. That this refers to what I was saying before. If you don't communicate it, it never happened. The actual target is the public. And we're talking about the 5 cities. So this is our target audience. And if we take a better look about it, we're talking about our network of your organization, of your municipality, of your partners, other EU initiatives that are in your city, other programs, relevant clusters and networks. I think we talked about it very well with Jim's help with this interactive Miro workshop that happened earlier. I think we all started having some idea of what is our network. So it's also the business sector, the academia, the governance, and the NGOs, which refers to the quadruple helix. This is defined as the target group by our network. And of course, simple society. I don't know if we should say like that. Maybe it's a cheap translation from the Greek, but we are talking about people that are not inside all these entrepreneurial or the European initiatives, people in the streets, young people, people that have good ideas and they could become startuppers with our help. And this is the main thing. So, trying to network the network. Agustinos, would you like to talk? You want to come here?
No, I'm okay here in order to change the slides. Okay, so now we're trying to network the network. So we have a BluAct networking sheet that we will send you in the next days in all of you in order to fill in some basic information about your city, some characteristic of your cities, the authority, and especially the social media and the web accounts that we can reach more and more people to each city. For example, the city authorities accounts, the key partners of the city, the main local media, and some proposed hashtags in order to communicate our actions and the progress of our program, trying to meet more and more people in each city partner. So you will get the next day, we will send you this online this time. Table in order for you to write down your information about each city. You can see, for example, our basic info. You will have the opportunity to give us yours. Just like I said before, you have to help us to multiply the information. So, our tools of communication are, of course, the BluAct website, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, BluAct website, our newsletter, press releases, and videos, vox pops, which a chapter of its own, and of course, the BluAct social media. In the BluAct website, we're trying to have an article per month in order to communicate our actions, in order to share with the other BluAct networks the progress of our program, and it has a great value, and we can give and take some very special info from other programs. You can see some examples that we have our own profile in the BluAct website. Also, the account that we have grown up the last years is our Twitter account. We're trying to update it at least one post per week, so we can communicate better like this. and it's great if we can have one post per 2 months per partner. We're giving boost to the quality and not the quantity. We don't want to have an account that have many posts every day and we will lose some basic information. So we like to keep it simple, to keep it clear, and each tweet of us will have special value. The next one is also the BluAct on Twitter. I said before. It's our Facebook page. In the same page that with a Twitter account, we're trying to post one post per week, and also in Instagram, which now I think, especially in Greece, the main social media platform, especially for the young people. We're trying to feed our account with stories. For example, right now, if you enter in our profile, you can see some posts and some stories from our today's meeting and tomorrow, of course. Maybe we will open a TikTok, so we will see. And of course, our website, BluAct.eu, that Angelos has described before very clearly and very well, and you can see our media files and our information. We are I think a special tool that we have is our newsletter, that we are trying to collect all the basic things and the basic actions that we are doing in this program, and every 3 months at least. It's very good to have actions and to have something to communicate for all the partners, of course. And I think that it's like some moments of this newsletter are the moments of our progress. And it's a great idea that each partner have to make a press release, at least one per 4th month in the local press. Maybe it's a web platform, maybe it's a newspaper, maybe it's a TV channel, whatever, in order to communicate the actions of the program with the citizens of your city and your country. Now, one very special communication tool that we have learned from BluAct is the Vox Pops videos. The Vox Pops videos are like some videos that simple videos that we can produce in every procedure and in every event that we can say, for example, you can take some words from the mayor or some words from the project manager or the communication manager in order to give live the feeling of what our program is doing in each city. So you can see some examples right here.
Anem a veure com tens aquesta llista. Estàs còmode? Sí. Ningú no veus aquí? No. No. I ara? No. No. I ara qui ho veu? No. 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 I en aquesta? Qui ho veu?
This is a great video from our previous partner from Mataró. But I think that a good example for a Vox Pop video is this one.
Para ser empreendedor é preciso não só ter boas ideias, mas essencialmente apostar no risco, não é? Porque o desenvolvimento de negócio implica sempre algum risco. Eu acho que o empreendedor azul trabalha muitas vezes em áreas que são de difícil implementação, não é? Se falamos, por exemplo, em empreendedorismo na área das ciências, por exemplo, informática, não é? O investimento que é preciso fazer é muito reduzido comparativamente com o investimento que é preciso fazer numa aquacultura, numa biotecnologia. Portanto, um empreendedor azul terá que ter mais capacidade de encontrar meios de financiamento para que o seu negócio possa, de facto, sobreviver.
This video was from one past transnational meeting that took place in Matosinhos, and we had a visit in a research center in the, of Matosinhos, and this is the general director of the research center, and we told him to say some words about the blue economy, etc. And now. This is an example of how Vox Pop video could be not only a video, but we can add some words or some banners in it to make the information clear. I think that we will have the opportunity to speak a lot and more about the Vox Pop videos and some techniques in the next meeting online. And our last tool is the BluAct Twitter, the BluAct YouTube channel that where we can play our videos and our stuff. So, in each tool that we have some evaluation indicators about the quality and the quantity of each tool, and we can see in each country and each partner the influence that each tool will have. For example, here in Greece, we have many people that are using still Facebook. So we give an importance to Facebook and we need to feed it more and more. In other country, it's different. So we will gather this important information about it. And of course, our motto is we are a zero without your actions. Capture and share image or video during any work, meeting, event that has to do with the project. Even if a partner does not participate in an event, a social media post should be created every week. That's 1 per 2 months per partner. I think it's not a great deal. Each partner should translate the press releases. You have to promote the press releases to your local media and newsletters of their partner organizations, and also keep track for the links and provide them to us in order to communicate them. Never miss an opportunity for a selfie with a mayor or a local actor in blue economy, because this makes the information real. You are like a reporter for us in each city, and follow all the social media and always tag BluAct and BluAct when posting something about the project in order to be able to share it. I think that we are done. Thank you very much. Jim, back to you, and if you have any questions, please feel free to tell us.
Thank you, Austin. Angelos, does anybody have any questions for the communications team in Piraeus about the requirements in terms of communication or the presentation that they've just given? No.
Jim, let's please keep the questions for later, and give the word to Lida, because she's she connected and she's in a hurry.
Okay, no problem.
So if
Lida, are you there? Can we hand over to Lida on network management and finance and claims issues?
Yes, but I don't know if it's a good idea though. Hello to everybody. I'm sharing my screen. I don't know if you can see it. Is it okay?
No, I can't see it, Lida.
Okay. I don't have the time to do it, Jim. Okay. I'm sharing the screen now. Again. Can you see it now?
No, I can't see it.
Maybe you have to give me.
Yeah, we can see that. That's perfect, Lida.
Okay, Jim, I don't know what to do because I only have 10 times. I'm sorry about that, 10 minutes, because I am holding a seminar right now on project management. Anyway, I'll try to go as fast as I can, and we can come back to questions and everything, but I'm pretty sure that there will be many. Maybe we can find a slot tomorrow. So I will deal mainly with the financial reporting and go over some general rules that you obviously, some of you know, some well know better than just know, well enough. Actually, the total eligible cost for our network for this BluAct second wave, it's about 550,000. And the co-financing rates vary between the partners. Most of the partners have the 85% and Piraeus has the 70%. The categories of expenses, as you know, is staff, office and admin, which is calculated as a percentage of the staff expenses claimed, travel and accommodation, external expertise and equipment. There are some flexibility rules. You can all read about it. I will refer to the required manual you have to look at. And but I'll just go through my presentation, and I'll also hand over the presentation to all of you, and we can come perhaps back to it tomorrow. Just a second. Okay. So the documents that are like a kind of Bible to all of you is the joint convention and the application form. Of course, we haven't gone ahead with the joint convention.
Ελίδα, αν μιλάς σε εμάς, είναι κλειστό το μικρόφωνο.
Όχι, δεν μιλάω σε σένα. Δεν μιλάω σε εσάς, κάνω κάτι άλλο ενδιαμέσως, Μαριλένα. Okay, sorry about that. So then it's the program manual with including the specific fact sheets. Then there are some guidance notes issued by BluAct, and then the FLC rules and the national rules applicable in every country. The sources are the BluAct site. We had all these documents in the base camp, and I'm pretty sure that once we have some communication with the project manager, we will also upload them to the base camp for you. Also, the BluAct National Info Days are relevant to all these issues. Again, some questions can be raised also to your national BluAct national contact points, your FLCs, and of course, before all that, to us, we are here to assist you in anything that you're interested or you face an issue with. All reporting documents must be produced through Synergy, and every payment claim is produced through Synergy. BluAct has produced very, very explicit guidance for all steps involved in using the Synergy platform. It is very critical that you get hold of it and trying to use it. And when you face an issue or a problem, firstly, refer to the guides. And if there is a problem, of course, you can come to us at any point. Certificates of expenditures and related checklist of certified expenditure is also provided by the FLCs, again, through Synergy. Documents related to the activities must be produced to your FLCs so that the progress report gets signed and stamped. When I refer to the progress report, I refer to both activities and financial, because as we all understand, activities can be paid if they have been performed and thus paid. Documents related to activities that are required for every type of expenditure are also explicitly mentioned in all your in the documents, particularly the fact sheet that refers to the documents. Again, we have produced a document to assist you if you need it, and we can happily send that because we have it from the first phase of the first and second phase of the extended network. I mean, when you claim, for example, a travel expense, we don't have now, but I hope that we will soon have, you will need the ticket, you will need 3 offers from different, from various companies that issue air tickets. You will need your boarding pass. You will need a number of documents in order to support any kind of expense. And all is needed. We can also provide directions for that and assist you all the way. What I would mostly like you to remember out of this presentation, which unfortunately it's very fast because, as I told you, I'm holding a seminar at the same time. You should remember the reporting deadlines. There are 2 AirBact reporting periods for this project. However, we will establish internally earlier reporting periods as us as a lead partner. We need to process your claims. You will see when you use the Synergy platform, at every stage we come in. So which means when you report your expenses, then we have to validate them before you submit them to your FLC. Once your FLC completes the FLC certification process, again, we come into it and we expect it to be signed and stamped in order to be attached to our payment claim. So we need to have everything early in advance because as lead partners, we refer to our FLC, to the Greek FLC, twice. Once to get our own certification, and then a second time to get the certification for the whole network. So our first reporting period is until the 31st of December of 2021, but we don't need to submit it to AirBact until the end of March. However, you need to submit everything to us by the 28th of February. So we really urge you to start. You can submit your expenses as soon as they are performed, and we can validate them so you don't lose time. And we can be in touch, in close touch for every question that you might have. Our second reporting period, which is the final one, it's a year period. By that time, you would have become more familiar with Synergy and all the expenses. And hopefully we can submit on time the final claimant, the final claim, which we don't do for this period, but anyway, we always hope for the best. What you input, you can input to Synergy at any time. Then you have to validate as a partner. Then we can only know that you have submitted expenses. Then we validate as lead partner, and then the first level controller is able to certify. It's only defrayed expenditure only. You have to have at your possession any kind of supporting document, anything that is required, including even the bank statement or transfers or whatever. And these documents, you need to retain them 3 years after the final payment, or even more, depending on the national rules. The certificate is issued and the statement of expenditure is issued only for the payments that you have claimed during this particular reporting period that we talked before. Although there is a high possibility of being audited, and this is why we keep all the documents for 3 years after the end of the period, it is sure that you are going to be audited by your FLC. And sometimes there is a requirement for at least one on-the-spot check. So be ready, be prepared, and for whatever you need or doubts, we are by your side. Synergy is used for all steps. It has been used for the project submission. It is used for accounting. It is used for the certifying. It is used for reporting and monitoring. All key documents are produced by Synergy, and all key documents are also uploaded in Synergy. Even the signed documents, there is a section in Synergy that has them there. It allows partners to review payment progress in terms of activity and expenditure per every type of cost. So Synergy is used for accounting and validating expenditure, and also for monitoring and exporting. First level controls are different for each member state. You have to check if you're going to use a centralized or decentralized, meaning if it is a public or private. Again, this procedure is done through Synergy. Again, if you need any help, we are by your side, and there are also specific guidance sites. I will stop here, unfortunately. I don't have any more time. I hope, and I kindly ask Theoni and Jim if we can find a spot tomorrow to carry on, or perhaps we can arrange another meeting with the project manager, the next coordination meeting, and go over in more details that I have prepared. In any case, we will share the presentation. And if we have some time tomorrow, I will be available all day. I will be attending the meeting, and I will be more than happy to come back to the issue. Thank you all, and I'm really sorry that I have been so fast.
No, thank you, Lida. You take care, and thank you for your commitment. Have a good training session, and we'll see you tomorrow to catch up on any questions that come up from your presentation.
Thank you all. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. So, colleagues, apologies that was a little bit rushed, but we missed the. It's like trying to land a plane in a flight slot, I think, and we missed the slot slightly. So Lida had to rush a little bit, but she will be around tomorrow to ask any questions. I am also aware that lots of you, I think, will have participated in an BluAct seminar on the 9th of September on the same subject around network management and finances and so on and so forth. Were there any questions or issues in relation to network management that came up at the 9th of September meeting, or that Lida has just raised that you want to ask, or any questions at all in relation to network management and finances and claims and so on?
Jim, sorry, I want to interrupt you because we have also Alexandra Tsatsou with us. It was a very great pleasure to have her, and you had already cooperated with our first cycle of BluAct. So Alexandra Tsatsou is with us, and she's going to be with us for her experiences about our network. So if you want to say something, Alexandra, or to feel someone to ask her, because he had the project management of the first cycle of our network. So if there is a question, or Alexandra wants to say something about the previous cycle.
Yes. Can you hear me? Well, yes, okay. So hi, everyone. With most of you, we have met somehow in real life or through email and video calls. Welcome to BluAct. I have been watching since the beginning of the meeting, but I couldn't participate, so I just wanted to say a few words. Actually, I'm right now in Ljubljana, which is really close to colleagues from Copper. Well, what I wanted to say to you is that I think you're really lucky that you're entering BluAct. It's a really nice program. It has a lot to offer. with a lot of capacity building and a lot of learning activities about how to learn from each other and how to share your work and communicate the outcomes. And I actually think you're even luckier because you are entering this second wave. The first graduates, let's say the previous cities from BluAct have developed great material. We have everything written down, and we have a lot of videos compiled, and already many competitions have been implemented. So you have a lot of resources to get inspiration from. And yeah, I wish that all this material will be useful for you. Also, the platform we have developed and the forum, we put a lot of effort in it, and I hope you will be able to use it and make the most out of it. So I hope to meet you in person, probably if the meetings become not online, but in real life again. And wish you all the best with the next months.
Brilliant. Thank you, Alexandra. So just in case anybody wonders, Alexandra was the project manager for the first phase of the BluAct network. So she worked very closely with me and with the team in Piraeus, overseeing the development of the first phase of the network. She has since gone on to bigger and better things. She is, I think, unless I'm wrong, Alexandra, studying for a PhD, for a doctorate in circular economy related activities and nature-based solutions. She's currently based in the beautiful city of Ljubljana, but I'm sure we'll be traveling around Europe, studying in different places over the lifetime of her doctorate, because let's face it, it takes so long to do a doctorate that I doubt she'll be based in one place. But I'm sure she'll be with us on this journey. So again, Alexandra is able and free to ask or answer any questions that you may have. So I will open it up to the floor again in terms of communication and the stuff that Angelos went through, the material that you learned about network management on the 9th of September, or the work that LIDA has discussed, or anything that Alexandra has said. Does anybody have any questions at all?
I've got a question, if I may start, regarding Lydia's presentation, the financial matters. I was wondering whether maybe we could ask you to send us links to the documents that Lydia pointed, or on all the regulation on different levels, URBACT, European, obviously the national we have to research ourselves, but I know that Lydia pointed the websites where we can look for the documents, but just to make sure that we all are on the same page and referring to the same, to exactly the same documents when we revise our expenses, if that's possible.
Okay,
sorry, Carolina,
Carol, yes. Lida is going to send you all the appropriate files and guidance. Be sure that before you do it, anything, a step, Lida is going to mention it time before to do it, because she had the experience about it, so knows every step that you must do it. So it's going to be with you and give you all the instructions by email for sure. Okay? Not to be anxious about finance, because Lydia has all their experience for all the steps.
I'm just, if I
okay,
can press...
the presentation is going to be sent. Yes, it's sure. All the presentation is going to be sent you by emails. It's not the only, all the presentations going to send you by email.
Yes, but I meant not the, I know that the presentation is going to be sent, although the presentation didn't have links to the documents. It just listed the documents, and I was wondering whether we could be pointed to the exact documents themselves.
Carolina, the documents that Lida talks about are numbered by AirBact, like fact sheet, this number or this kind of guideline. And all these documents are available on Basecamp that you will be using. So I'm sure that I guess Lida can send it to you also by email. But in general, in Basecamp, AirBact has a folder with all these documents inside. So I think it will be easy for you to access them even from there.
Is that okay, Carolina? Do you have access to Basecamp yet?
Of course, yes, I do, and I was looking for some documents and tools, but just honestly, I haven't found those particular ones yet. That's why I was thinking maybe, you know, having a link even leading to the exact place in Basecamp that we should be looking at. But
okay,
obviously, I'm going to look back again.
No problem. I will pick this up with Lida. I'll have a conversation with Lida and see whether we can try and provide you with a like a compendium of links to different AirBact fact sheets and documents, so that you have it in a central place. So I will talk to Lida and see if we can do that. Not a problem. That's super. That's fine. Any other questions? Anybody at all? I see a hand up somewhere.
It's Anna, yeah. I have a question about the communication. How would you like to organize it? Because as I can see, there is a lot of channels we use, a lot of possibilities, but also a lot of content to produce. So how would you like to start this communication work? Coordinated. It's to Angelos, probably.
Okay, hi from me, I'm Austin again. First of all, we will give you the communication sheet in order, the one that we have shown before in our presentation, in order to fill in the basic information about your city and the social media and web channels of your authorities and your partners and your city's marinescape we like to tell about. So after that, we will open a channel, a communication channel online with the email and through our website and also through our new forum that we can have in order to exchange some material and about the actions of each partners in each city. And we have the responsibility to post each of your information, each of your action in the official BluAct accounts in the social media and to connect it with the AirBact network, etc. So I think this is the beginning, and I think day by day we will grow a relationship between us to have a more direct communication about all the stuff that you want to communicate or some stuff that we want from you to communicate. And Angelos have something to add?
And one more thing, you can, if you have a strong organizational social media channel, like for example, one of you have a nice Twitter, another of you have a nice Facebook, even if it's of the organization, even your personal one that you use it for work, please use it. When you have to show something, use it. Always remember to tag BluAct and AirBact, and remember me. You will be retweeted or reposted or reshared, no matter how it's called in the specific social media, almost immediately. If you don't have this channel, or if you don't want to use it directly, you can send us a new whatever happened, like you found a nice article, or you wrote an article, or you have an image, you just have a photograph of something and 10 words. Even if it's simple, it's very important for this network. So even if you don't have a channel to post it on your own, please send it to us. You have the communication channels, and the email, messenger, whatever you want. Send it to us and we will post it. And every time we post, as Agustino said, if we'll get more and more connected and networked. These communication sheets are the first step. But we need time. Every day we will become better, have a nice database. And when we post something, you will all be tagged or poked in social media or whatever is public. So you can also repost it to your media channels. So no rush. Just when you receive the communication plan, I believe it will be like in 15, 20 days, something like that. You will see specific actions, things that you have to do. And if you don't do it, I will change you a little, but I'm not so strict. In the end, I could do it for you, but it's better to do it and do it by your own and not do it correctly, 100% correctly, than so fake. So someone else did it for you.
Okay, so one more question. Are you going to organize a communication officers meeting like in the near future? Or would you like to work like that? Or who would you like to contact, like project managers in our cities or communication officers?
Your question is if we will have a meeting between communication officers from each partner?
Yes. How are you going to manage that?
To be honest, in the previous phases, this was not happening. There was not a specific meeting for the communication officers. And because sometimes the communication officer was also a little of a project manager, or he was not doing anything and the project manager was doing the whole job. Or I don't know why, but we were trying to, there was not a strict procedure of the communication officers. If we achieve it in this second wave, in which I believe everyone is more mature, don't forget that in the previous wave, it was only municipalities. It was much more difficult to achieve it. I believe we would be more mature, and of course that would be great if we can have a meeting or a circular email, or we can have it inside Basecamp, inside our forum. We have several tools that can support an online meeting or conversation, and make the communication work procedure even better, more accurately. That would be a blessing. I will write it in the communication plan. Thank you.
Thanks. There's a comment from Isabella as well about that, so in the chat.
I think
of course.
Angelos,
that's the thing.
Yeah, maybe we should consider at the next transnational meeting having communication managers join us and have a maybe a breakout session for just the communication managers to meet or something like this. Because I think by that time, your communications plan will be published and people will be able to discuss the detail, yeah?
Oh, great idea.
Thumbs up from Angela, so that's okay, that's good. Any other questions at all in relation to communication or network management? Nope. So that's great. I think we probably are going to have a slightly extended break this afternoon, or an earlier break, I should say. Maybe not extend it, an earlier break. Can I possibly suggest that we take a break now, because it's been a lot of information, and that we reconvene, we meet again at 20 past 3. Instead of 3:30, we come back a little bit earlier at 20 past 3. If that's okay, I look forward to seeing you then. In the meantime, take care. Hello, welcome back, everybody. If you've returned, can I ask you just to turn your cameras back on so we can see that you're still available? Thank you. Florence and Carolina, just waiting for you to rejoin, and then we'll go for the last session before we finish. Florence, Carolina, are you there? Actually, we need Gail as well. Perfect. Thank you, Gail. So I suggest we get going. What I'm going to do is just share my screen again. Just bear with me 1 second. Okay, so as we've made a bit of time up from our session this morning because Lida was slightly rushed, what I thought I'd do is go back a little bit to some of the presentation that I didn't necessarily finish this morning, just to try and also give you some thoughts about how you might also further adapt your Blue Growth entrepreneurship competitions in your own city. This will be a very short piece, about 15 minutes or so, and then I'll go into the final session explaining a little bit about the transfer methodology and how the network will work over the lifetime of our time working together. So just thinking about this issue of how you might further adapt your competition in each of your cities. What we found in phase 1 of the BluAct network is that different cities prioritized different themes for investment. So they, when they announced the competition, they announced different particular thematic priorities that they wanted to invest in. And I think Piraeus will be able to confirm this, but I think also every year that they launch the competition, they also talk about the particular themes that they're looking for investment in. So I just thought it was worthwhile just covering off some of the potential areas and some of the things that might influence your thinking a little bit about the themes that you adopt. And this diagram describes a little bit different types of knowledge bases that different cities or different locations have. And there's a particular author called Asheim that has described 3 different types of knowledge base that cities have. And I think to some extent, this should influence a little bit your thinking about the priority themes that you adopt within your competition. So the first one that he describes is a very analytical knowledge base. And this is a very scientific based city, for example, a city that has a very strong science and technology capability. And for those kind of cities, you know, it's possible that you can launch a competition theme which is extremely research intensive. So, for example, in the case of Matosinhos in Portugal, they worked very closely with their research institutes to launch the competition, and they had a theme to the competition which was about supporting researchers into entrepreneurship. I think it's very difficult to imagine a city being able to adopt very strong science and technology themes to their entrepreneurship competition if they don't have a very strong science and technology based knowledge system within the city. The second one that the author describes is a very synthetic or engineering based industrial machinery and shipbuilding type technology industrial base. And we found that in the first competition, for example, in the case of Galati in Romania, they worked very closely with the Shipbuilding Association, and they made sure and launched themes of their competition which were very engineering and shipbuilding based. The third typology and the third type of knowledge base is called symbolic, which is much more arts based, involving the kind of industries that are predominantly film, television, design, fashion, those kind of things. In BluAct 1, Ostend, for example, for a number of reasons, but Ostend launched their competition very much around the kind of symbolic blue growth opportunities. So they had, for example, work with social enterprises and the social economy on stimulating reuse and kind of waste, reuse of waste activities. They worked with their creative and artistic community in stimulating blue growth entrepreneurship ideas linked to the kind of arts-based economy that they had. So again, I would just encourage you a little bit to think about what your particular industrial background is like in your city, and choose one of those three typologies to base your competition around, or more than one. You might choose one or two. If you have a very well-developed economy, you might enable all three to be supported. But just think a little bit about the industrial base of your city and the particular characteristics of your city. And here, for example, in a slightly different picture, we have an illustration from the World Bank Group that demonstrates, you know, you could, for example, if you wanted to support blue tourism, you could base a whole competition, a whole blue growth entrepreneurship competition about tourism linked to the ocean and the sea resource. If that's the approach that you want to take, you might look at renewable energy. You might look at fisheries, for example. Some of the early conversations that we had with Mataro was about linking, for example, the fisheries sector more closely with the tourism sector to create more kind of opportunities for sea plate type initiatives, farm to fork type approaches. You might equally look at waste management or maritime transport as Galati did. So you can choose the themes according to the particular makeup of your local economy. Fanny covered some of this work earlier this morning about the breadth of the definition of blue economy. I think in my experience, it's been slightly challenging for cities to do lots of work around entrepreneurship linked to aquaculture. We've had 1 or 2 projects that have been developed or have emerged during the first phase, but I think it's been quite difficult to theme a whole competition around aquaculture. And you can see there some of the other potential sectors that you might include. And again, in terms of the OECD, their definition looks at established sectors and emerging sectors. So you might want to think a little bit about the maturity of your industrial base. And if you want to generate innovative new ideas to stimulate future economy concepts, you might want to base your competition around, for example, some of the emerging sectors rather than the more established ones. And we've seen that in some of the competitions in the first phase, where they sought to stimulate some of the emerging and future sectors of the blue economy. And this is a picture from a European funded Horizon 2020 project called REMCAP, which again tries to categorize the blue economy according to 3 different pillars, one of which is kind of around the value chain markets. The other one is around the different market categories. And then the other one is about the market segments. And again, their research kind of indicates that ports, logistics, shipbuilding, and shipping, oil and gas, fishing and aggregates are kind of relatively mature markets. They're are fairly well established and well developed. There are some that they've identified in red that are in the growth phase, and there are some in green where they've identified them in kind of the pre-development stage. So again, you may want to get a mix of themes that you're supporting. If you're running hackathons, for example, if that's where you want to go, you know, what you might want to think about is perhaps some of the growth phase and pre-development opportunities, particularly linking around digital technologies and the convergence between digital technologies and the more traditional mature sectors of you know, ports and logistics and shipbuilding, and thinking about how you can bring young software developers working in the IT digital sector with some of those more mature sectors to come up with new ideas and new technologies to support them. I leave it with you as something that I would just encourage you to have a think about if you are running hackathons and those kind of ideation activities. If you're really sophisticated, if you are really well developed, then one of the areas that you might want to think about is issues linked to the circular economy. Clearly, the circular economy is an emerging and developing sector within Europe. It's an area where I think we will see more and more investment. And I'm just going to play you again another short video, which is actually from the father of the blue economy concept. It's from a gentleman called Gunter Pauli. Gunter Pauli was the man who invented the concept of the blue economy, and I think his original founding concept was around the idea of circular flow models and things like that. So I'm just going to hit the play button and hope it works. If not, I'll reshare with sound.
The Simple Show explains the blue economy.
Can you hear that?
This is our planet. Of course, we want to preserve it for future generations, and therefore we choose healthy and natural products, organic food, solar energy, and biodegradable soaps. But all these goodies cost more. Whatever is bad for your health and damages the environment is cheap. Whatever is good for your health and saves the environment is expensive. This green economy will be for the happy few. Most of us cannot afford it. Worse, some stuff we thought is great for us and good for nature actually is not good at all. Biosoaps use palm oil from plantations that destroyed the rainforest. Solar energy depends for decades on subsidies, which must be paid with tax money. Bioplastics compete with food. Organic food is shipped around the world, damaging the climate. So it is not only expensive, sometimes it is not smart either. So we have to be more creative to do it better. We must open our eyes to see what we've got. For example, here is our morning coffee. We really only use 0.2% of it. What do we do with the rest? Throw it away? We use it to grow mushrooms, then feed the leftovers to animals. Animals make manure, and bacteria make biogas from that. We thought it was only waste. And now, everyone who knows this can generate food, energy, and jobs. We like that. And there are so many opportunities. Once we see them, it is clear that we can convert poverty into development, scarcity into abundance. If we can make the cake bigger, it is easier to share with everyone. However, many people have good ideas. What we need are people who make it happen. We need these entrepreneurs. Actually, we need a whole generation of entrepreneurs. They do not care how the apple falls down from the tree. Newton figured that out hundreds of years ago. They want to know how the apple got up in the tree in the first place, defying the law of gravity. These innovators think like David, who beat Goliath. Without experience and little money, they change the rules of the game and generate more money for themselves and their community. That makes everybody happy. This is our goal, making people healthy and happy with what we did not know we have. And after all, the sky is blue, the ocean is blue, and our Earth, as seen from the universe, is also blue. That's why we call this the blue economy. It has only just begun. For more information, visit ziri.org.
Maybe a little bit American in its presentation, but I think again, because it is from the father of the blue economy, it gives you an indication that he was originally thinking about the concept of the circle. Some of you may know this diagram or this type of illustration around thinking about material flows and raw material usage in kind of circular economy initiatives. And as I say, we've seen some of the cities in the first phase of the competition trying to target some of their competition activities around reuse of waste and similar, particularly sea waste, for example. And we saw at least, I think, 3 or 4 winning ideas that were generated in the competition around trying to solve sea waste challenges. In one particular example, it was a particular problem that a port had, and the port set the challenge for the hackathon. and encouraged new entrepreneurs to come up with new solutions to deal with sea waste in an innovative and interesting way. The very last video I'll show you, and then I will take a pause for any thoughts or ideas or questions people have got, is one just about, again, the bringing together the traditional maritime sector, potentially with the IT sector or the space sector in this situation. This is a video from the UK around from a particular agency in the United Kingdom that focuses on blue economy linked to satellite and space technologies.
We live on an ocean planet. The sea shapes our climate and gives us food, raw materials, medicines and energy. It shaped human evolution and now supports the global economy, covering 71% of the Earth's surface and averaging 2.5 miles deep. Our oceans are the largest, most challenging, least explored territory on the planet. Space is helping us unlock its secrets and safeguard its resources. The sea provides most of our protein, as well as feed for livestock. But being out of sight of land often means being out of sight of the law too. Illegal fishing is now a £20 billion per year global industry. The Satellite Applications Catapult is helping countries, communities and ethical companies fight back, tracking millions of fishing vessels from space to spot illegal activity. The goal? To create truly sustainable fisheries and aquaculture. 95% of the UK's imports and exports are transported by ship. That's no surprise for an island nation, but with 90% of all global trade travelling by sea, every country is a maritime state, whether it has a coastline or not. At any given moment, billions of pounds worth of assets are scattered over 140 million square miles of ocean. Space helps us connect, coordinate, and protect them. You don't have to be the captain of a supertanker to benefit from space. Accurate, low-cost satellite navigation technology helps keep the world's 4 million leisure sailors safe and on track by linking location information with tide, wind, and vessel movement data. Earth observation satellites constantly monitor the seas, showing the health of the marine environment and measuring wave height and salinity using optical and radar instruments. They identify harmful algal blooms and provide data for wind, wave, and hydro energy programs, where the UK is a global leader. Space will also support innovation and disruptive technologies, including unmanned autonomous vehicles. Robotic ships, cargo planes, and long-range search and rescue aircraft will come on stream in the coming decade and rely on satellite navigation and communication systems. They will all be part of the blue economy, an incredibly diverse, vibrant sector. The ocean matters to all of us. That's why the Satellite Applications Catapult is focusing on the blue economy as a key part of its mission to innovate for a better world empowered by satellites.
Brilliant. I'll stop sharing there. So I think the key message I would say to you is think about your local economy, think about the priorities for your blue growth future, and decide a little bit whether you want to support what I would call low-tech blue growth opportunities or high-tech blue growth opportunities, and think about that in the your local URBAC local group structure and constituent members. Does anybody have any questions, even in terms of asking Piraeus about the themes of past competitions, anything at all on some of those thoughts? No. Great. I'll carry on with the final session and then we'll open it up to any other questions. Let me just get to the relevant slide that I want to get to, and hopefully this will work. So I was going to just do a last session on explaining a little bit about the structure of the learning process that we will go through and the transfer methodology that we will undertake as we go through our transnational meetings over the next year. The reason I thought this was worth explaining a little bit about was because we had some questions, for example, from Isabel, who was very worried. I think that she was going to be responsible for providing the thematic inputs into the next transnational meeting that we will organize in Boulogne-sur-Mer in December. And so I wanted to explain a little bit about how this process will work so that you are not worried that all of this will fall on you to organize all of the transnational meetings. So just in terms of how the network is structured, we know that we have, for example, these 5 phases of a competition launch, from the establishment of the BluAct local group through to celebration and promotion. And what we're going to try and do as we go through our transnational meetings is to work around some of those activities and discuss those different phases as we go through our learning process. So, for example, lots of today's session has been about trying to understand more about the Piraeus competition. And also tomorrow, you'll be doing all the work with some of your presentations, where you'll be telling us a little bit about your thoughts around transfer planning. And then as we transnational meeting in Boulogne-sur-Mer, and we will talk a little bit tomorrow about whether this is going to be a physical meeting or a virtual meeting. We then move to Liepāja in March, when we're looking at competition closure, Koper in June, Gdansk in September, and then Piraeus in December for the final network event, the final transnational meeting. What I would say to you all as potential hosts for those meetings, the lead partner in Piraeus and I will work with you in advance of that meeting being organized in order to develop an agenda whereby we can look at the inputs that people can provide, and that we will try and get a mix of inputs from members of the network who have some expertise to share, from other external experts that we can draw in. We'll organize some workshops where Piraeus will have the opportunity to talk about their experiences of running the competition. And we will also ask you to organize some seminars and workshops as well. So it will be a mix of activity. So don't worry, not everything will fall on you to organize that. We will ask you to do the some of the basic event organization, but we will work with you to develop the agenda and the content of those sessions. Last couple of slides. The other thing that we will do as we progress through this journey is we will have some trilateral and bilateral meetings to try and work together to solve common problems. And this, the methodology that we'll kind of use for solving these solutions are based around a methodology called quality circles, where we all come together and we try and see what other ideas people have come up with or they can develop for solving particular issues. And the first one of those will be tomorrow. We'll organize some breakout sessions where 2 cities will have an opportunity to come together and to discuss challenges and opportunities to solve things. And we'll deal with that tomorrow. But just to make you aware that there will be trilateral and bilateral meetings. Basecamp, Celine has already talked about. It's an important tool for sharing knowledge and information. So please keep an eye on the alerts and register if you haven't already done so for Basecamp. Gives you an example of some of the upcoming events, some of the documents, some of the messages that people have shared on there, and so on and so forth. It's quite a useful communication tool. I have nothing more to add. The final 5 minutes of our session today is largely focused on any questions or any issues, problems, worries, concerns, fears, happy things, anything at all that people want to raise or discuss at the end of what has been a very long and tiring day, I'm sure, for everybody. But anybody got any comments? Nothing? I can't see any hands.
I just wanted to thank you for preparing this day. It has been indeed exhausting, and it must have been even more exhausting for you and the Piros team. So thank you very much. It was a lot of knowledge and useful tips for us, and I'm looking forward. I guess tomorrow is going to be more. I'm holding back some comments and reflections because I feel that tomorrow's presentations may be the better time to discuss and share, because some of those are also part of future plans and our challenges we're going to talk about tomorrow. So it was very helpful, and I'm looking forward to our interactions tomorrow.
Thank you, Carolina, for those warm words. It's very grateful. I would say to you personally, I would be disappointed if you leave this meeting with any questions or issues or reflections that you haven't raised. I think the purpose of these kind of meetings is for us to be helping each other, to be open, to share ideas and so on and so forth. So I would encourage you tomorrow to give us your reflections. I think we can deal with them. I know, for example, that in conversation with at least one of the cities who has lost a member of staff that was quite important to them on this journey, that they are worried that they're not as far developed as they might be. I wouldn't worry about that. I would say we will help each other as much as we can, and we will support each other, and we still have time to work together and to encourage each other and support each other. So that's good. But please, tomorrow, feel free to give us your thoughts and reflections. That would be good.
Thank you, Jean. That's very supportive.
Good. I see also, Isabel, you've messaged me directly, which is fine, to ask the question. And Tioni, I think this is probably a question for you as well, about whether it's possible for us to organize the Boulogne-sur-Mer meeting in January rather than in December. I don't have a view now on whether that is desirable, possible, achievable, or realistic. I think we can discuss this tomorrow in the coordination meeting that we have established. I think one of the things that we should do in the coordination meeting tomorrow is think about trying to set the dates for our next few meetings together so that we have them in the diary and so on and so forth. So I raise it now just for Tioni and the team in Piraeus to discuss it amongst themselves this evening and let them decide whether it's okay for us to move the December meeting till January. Isabel, you want to come in, which is great. Please feel free to comment.
Yeah, in fact, the point is that I was not sure if the dates that have been settled were really set dates or if it could be moved a bit. And I mean, I sent an email to you and to Teumi at the same time to ask that question, but I didn't get an answer, so I was not sure. But I suppose it's because you wanted to leave it for tomorrow to discuss. It's just that we are organizing the competition in November. And so December is a bit short for us, a bit tight to organize. So it would be, I mean, great if we could have a bit more time to be able to organize it in January. That would be great. Thanks.
No problem. We can explore tomorrow. And there was I looking forward to a Christmas trip, a Christmas visit for a trip to Boulogne-sur-Mer. But maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow. Brilliant.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Anything, Piraeus, Tioni, from your perspective, that we need to discuss before we close down for?
We have a lot to do after this kickoff meeting because we also we have to operate this. So the next step is for us to do the joint conversion because we are obliged to do it the soonest. So generally for the managerial purpose, you will have to do the first joint conversion. And after this, we'll do the next meeting for the matters, if it is from financial, for communication, or both of them. I don't think so. Do you think something like this, James?
Sorry, Jenny, I missed the last point that you said. Do I think? Could you repeat the question?
Except for the tomorrow coordination meeting, I suppose will be a coordination meeting after this kickoff that have to point out financial matters, communication matters more.
I see. Yeah. So I think maybe tomorrow in the coordination meeting, I think we should be thinking about the future dates of activities. We should try and agree the date for our October, November, and December coordination meetings, if we can, because we have to have a coordination meeting every month. And we should also, I think, have a conversation about the next transnational meeting and try and fix some dates for that meeting. And for me, if we could do that, and maybe also give the partners an opportunity to ask Leader any questions about finance and budget, if Leader is around. I think this would be a good core discussion for the coordination meeting tomorrow.
Okay, so in tomorrow we have to discuss upon it. The next step also is the joint conversion, as I said, the managerial.
Yeah, could you remind me and the partners what the deadline date is for signing of the convention?
14th of October. 15th of October. 15. 1-5.
15th of October. Okay.
Yes.
So we have, I think, maybe to discuss this in our coordination meeting tomorrow about how you envisage this process will work. Whether we won't do it now, we shouldn't do it now. We should do this tomorrow morning, just to maybe explain whether this is a document that requires a wet signature, which will be posted to all the partners via post, or whether it will be electronic signature, or you know, and when this will be sent and when it's expected to be returned.
Yes, all this we can organize tomorrow.
Yep.
And this is the what we have in front of us, generally for managerial. And I think today it's too much the information, so we are very heavy. So tomorrow I'm going to have another, if there is any question, others for managerial, or others to have also, except the tomorrow meeting, to have also another meeting. It's no problem to have it at the end the next week if it is necessary.
Yeah. No problem.
We are very flexible for meetings, generally.
And the same, and the same. Brilliant. Thank you, Tioni. Thank you, everybody, for your hard work today and for absorbing such complex information. I always think the first meeting is always lots more information, because you've got to try and explain the good practice, and it's always lots of push information. But tomorrow we will be hearing from you, so I look forward to that. Have a wonderful evening. Enjoy your evening, and take care, and we will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Central European time. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye bye.